at least there were no serious incidents aside from the flag burning that was happening there. So, but the tensions here, Josh, I can tell you, very, very high, and a tremendous amount of concern, even, despite the hope that many people have on both sides, that this ceasefire will produce some kind of break in this situation. Josh?
And I know that we took a news conference from Kathy Hochul just a few days ago. She has talked about what they want to do in the state of New York. She's talked over the past several weeks about ways to combat anti-Semitism, what they've seen on social media. Can you tell me a little bit more about what she is trying to do there?
Well, Josh, first of all, she said that she is not. Yeah, and you're right. She's been saying things and speaking out against this.
Is the temporary pause extended?
Israel has already agreed to the concept of 4 days as the first mechanism, and then additional day hostages that are being released. That added, of course, to the fact that we're saying pretty clear, and Hamas should mark our words over here, that the minute they stop releasing hostages, there will be an end to the cessation of fire. We will continue with our second goal, which is not just to eradicate Hamas. This is not about vengeance. This is not about revenge. But this is about eradicating their threat towards our civilians on the borders of Israel. This will continue the minute they stop releasing our hostages. Those two goals are intertwined in a sense. I've heard some of your speakers talk about the fact that they're conflicting. We believe that without exercising this deep pressure on Hamas, Hamas is not a humanitarian organization. They're not Boy Scouts. They would have not agreed to any of these release of hostages had we not pressured them enough, and we will continue the pressure until the last hostages is back home in Israel.
Okay, so it sounds like they would not have to vote on it based on that. If the deal does continue, one thing I'm curious about, does that also mean Israel continues to release Palestinian prisoners if Hamas continues to produce 10 more hostages each day?
The mechanism that was built, as I said, by international players, including the United States, but also other major players like Egypt and additional players, including Qatar, made it clear that Hamas will release 10 hostages each day in return for Israel releasing prisoners that were involved in either terrorism or for terrorism, and also the humanitarian angle, which was crucial for us too, to bring as many as about 200 trucks a day to make sure that they continue to support the humanitarian situation in the Gaza, because we do make the differentiation between the Hamas butchers and between the non-combatant innocent civilians in the Gaza Strip.
Okay, so it does sound like Israel would continue to release those Palestinian prisoners. Do you know, has Israel gotten the fourth list of hostages that are slated to be released on the fourth day of this pause?
Well, I'm not going to go into the tactical back and forth in terms of negotiation, but I can tell you that the mechanism is built in a manner that these lists are given to us in advance, and we, of course, share them with the relevant partners of ours. And I think in this sense, this has worked very well at the first day. There were some hiccups in the second day. I think it worked pretty good in the third way. And I think this mechanism that allows us to continue bringing our innocent civilians, mind you, we're talking about 10-month-old all the way to 85 years old Holocaust survivors. We're talking about 2 years old, 4 years old, 6 years old, 8 years old, just ungraspable, unimaginable, and unthinkable that these children are POWs for Hamas's case.
One thing we heard from President Biden, and obviously you're based in New York, you're dealing a lot with the U.S. government on this angle of this. President Biden has continued to say that he does believe that a two-state solution is possible here. Is that a sentiment that you agree with?
Well, I think that the two-state solution requires a few things. First of all, it requires that there's somebody on the other side that we can communicate with, and that is not committed to the annihilation of the state of Israel. I think Hamas obviously needs to be eradicated for this case. Second, we need to have somebody who is peaceful on the other side, that does not incite on an everyday basis, both in the media and in the education system, and does not teach the children, because children are not born to hate. They are being taught to hate. And last but not least, we need to make sure that the security of Israelis into the future, and President Herzog was interviewed by Wolf Blitzer today. This is an element that, unfortunately, Israelis are not willing to take a risk again. We had our disengagement plus in 2005. This is a kind of an experiment that we were promised that once Israel is out of Gaza, we will see the Singapore of the Middle East. Unfortunately, this is not what ended up happening. We ended up happening October 7, where all the masks were torn off, and our delusional thought that we have somebody that we can work with in progress, in going to the third millennium together, economic incentives, is not the case, because they are not shy about the fact that they want to annihilate the state of Israel. So I think at this point, I think both Israelis, as the public opinion, and also governments in Israel will be very reluctant, because I don't think that we have somebody on the other hand that is really showing that they have an interest to go forward to any solution.
Okay, very reluctant. Aviva Ezra, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for having me.
Coming up, we're following another development that's happening in the U.S. right now, a disturbing one, as we are getting new details about 3 young Palestinian students who were shot in Vermont and are now recovering in the hospital. We'll have a live report right after this.
A deeply disturbing story tonight with the search for a gunman now underway in Vermont. 3 Palestinian college students were injured in a shooting in the city of Burlington. This is the last photo taken of the 3 of them before they were shot. CNN's Polo Sandoval has been following this story for us. Polo, how are these students doing? What can you tell us about the manhunt?
So at least one of them in critical condition and the other 2 unstable. You just saw a photo there showing 3 Palestinian American students that attend school at various U.S. universities. 2 of them U.S. citizens, another one a legal resident of the United States. All of them are lifelong friends who had been visiting the Vermont area over the Thanksgiving holiday. The Institute for Middle Eastern Understanding was in close contact with the families, confirming the identities of these 3 young men, all of them 20 years old. Tashin Ali Ahmad, Kinan Abdelhamid, who's actually the gentleman you see on the left, and then there's the gentleman you see on the right there. His name is Hisham Awartani. His mother is actually in the West Bank city of Ramallah, actually speaking to some local support group, that head of that support group, and also of the Ramallah Friends School in the West Bank, which is where these 3 young men actually used to attend school before coming to the United States. The head of that institution telling CNN that his mother, that Awartani's mother, is desperately trying to make it to the U.S., though her son is stable. We understand he has a bullet lodged in his spine, so his recovery is certainly still up in the air right now. In the last few hours, we also heard from an attorney who had an opportunity to speak to CNN about a possible motive. Now, before you actually hear what that attorney believes took place, we have to be clear. Burlington, Vermont police, who are the ultimate authority in this case, they have not yet established a motive. They are, however, looking into the possibility that this may have been a hate crime. The attorney for the family, though, as you'll hear, says it all adds up.
The suspect walked up to them and shot them. They weren't robbed. They weren't mugged. It was a targeted shooting and a targeted crime. And they were wearing the keffiyeh. They are known in the area, for being Palestinian. That's a very well-known symbol. It's a very well-known cloth. That's very symbolic of the Palestinian cause, the Palestinian culture and history. So the fact that they were wearing this and then fell victim to a shooter leads us to believe that that played a role, their identity played a role in them being targeted.
And the FBI tells CNN that they are aware of this investigation. They are prepared to step in should it reach to that point, Alex, given the rise in not only anti-Semitic, but of course in this or at least in Islamophobic attacks that we've seen in the country since October 7th. Alex.
Yeah, very troubling, and wishing those 3 young men the best. Polo Sandoval, we know that you will stay all over the story, and we will be coming back to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Coming up, we will be speaking with the top Democrat on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. We have a lot to get into with him. Stay with us for more of our special coverage. We are tracking a lot today, from that shooting of the 3 Palestinian college students in Vermont to talk of a possible truce extension between Israel and Hamas. To get into all of this, we have Democratic Congressman Gregory Meeks of New York. He is the top Democrat on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us on what is really a busy Sunday. I want to first start by asking you about this horrible shooting of these 3 young men, these Palestinian college students in Vermont.
Well, you know, your adjective of horrible is just that. You know, it seems to me hate has no place in the world, that's known here in the United States and on our college campuses. And to obviously, or it seems from what I've heard thus far, for these young men to be picked out because they're Palestinian and attacked is something that cannot be tolerated in the United States or should not be tolerated around the world. Hate has no place. And so my heart and my prayers go out to the 3 young men. Hopefully they will all survive, but we want to make sure that those that committed this heinous act will be caught and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Yeah, their lawyer noted that they were wearing the keffiyeh, as you can see in that photo, which is such a recognizable Palestinian symbol. In terms of the next stage of this war, Congressman, President Biden has said that he does hope for an extension of this 4-day pause so more hostages can come out. You know, we've been speaking with residents of Gaza who are terrified for what could follow if this fighting starts again. What do you think the Biden administration should be doing to urge Israel to do once this pause is over?
Well, number one, let me just say that President Biden has been doing an excellent job. And we must get all of the hostages. You know, there's some American hostages that are still there, and all of the hostages, whether they're Israeli, those that remain, and get them all out. We cannot forget the heinous actions of Hamas. I think that what needs to take place, and what I think that the United States has said, as well as the Israeli government, is that you've got to destroy the tunnels in the network that Hamas has utilized to attack Israel and to kill and to move forward with their agenda of trying to get rid of Israel, saying Israel does not have the right to exist. So that probably would mean continued ground game, which I think and should mean that you can get to the tunnels, and hopefully that will make sure that, you know, we won't have the kind of bombs that are being dropped, which will lessen the number of innocent civilians that would be in harm's way. I also hope during this humanitarian pause, it means that many Gazans can get out of the way of particularly northern Gaza and to safety, where there will be some food and medicine, et cetera, that we see coming in. That's why I hope that it is extended for a few more days and more hostages are released. And that's what the Biden administration is working very hard to do.
Is that something that you raised with the Israeli government? You were just there, and since you've been back, the death toll has risen to more than 14,000 Gazans. You mentioned Israel going in more on the ground rather than by air, if I understood you correctly. How do you think Israel can go about accomplishing their goal of eliminating Hamas without causing more civilian casualties?
Again, I think that once they're on the ground, and it's riskier for the members of the IDF, but once you're on the ground and you're going door by door, you can go in, and as we've seen some of the tunnels, Israel has been very transparent in that ground game by allowing reporters to be embedded with them so that they can see what's taking place also. And I think that then people can see also what's taking place by Hamas still, and how they pop out of these tunnels to attack, etc. But you have a better, when you drop the bombs from afar in the air, as Israel was trying to do, to weaken and to destroy some of the tunnels and to make sure that it made it easier for their members of their armed forces to get in and on the ground. It also causes buildings to collapse where people are living, etc. Being on the ground, that could be eliminated in that regard. And I also hope that they're still talking to Saudi Arabia and Jordan and Egypt, all who are being a part of these negotiations, to talk about what happens afterwards, because I think that it's tremendously important to talk to the Qatarans and to UAE and others, because you can't do this alone, and we've got to make sure that we're building something for the return of Gazans back to their homes and to rebuild once Hamas is destroyed.
Congressman, we just have a couple moments left, but I want to ask you about aid for Israel. You've criticized the White House for asking for a waiver so that Congress does not have to be.
I want to get your take on the 50 hostages in exchange in this swap for 150 Palestinian prisoners there, because those are a big difference in numbers.
Yeah, but Israel's known for it. I mean, they traded one Israeli for a 1,000. So if you look at the numbers, the numbers really don't matter as long as each side is getting what they want in return. So that's where it has to be. It's the perception is, okay, I'm getting what I want. Giving, it's one of those things that it just comes along with the territory on what we trade Americans or Westerners for out in the world. And it's same thing with when you're dealing with money and such with that. So I don't see a big thing with the 3-to-1 to it, and I don't think Israeli balked at that number because they've done a lot more before.
Do we know anything about the Palestinian prisoners that are being swapped for those hostages? Do we know who these people are, what they're accused of doing, anything of that nature?
No, I don't know exactly. I do know that part of the holdup on the first delay, or the second one, was delayed a little bit, and they talked about the trucks going into northern Gaza and such, but also that they said something about they were demanding the Palestinians that were in the prisons the longest being released first. So I think that has some clue on who they're releasing, and I think they went back and made the Hamas happy on who they're releasing, because these are still going on. So I think is based on time in there. And I remember when we were looking at prisoner releases during the peace things with Ambassador Khalilzad was working with the removal of the U.S. forces from Afghanistan, and they were coming out, and some of the prisoners, we're looking at, and they're bad people. And but in reality, when you're dealing with it, those people mean something to the other side, and in order to get your people back, you have to do it. It is just one of those things.
Is it likely that another deal is in the works right now to release more hostages? And as I mentioned, that's something that you kind of already touched on, but is it likely that kind of in the background, something that we're not necessarily aware of is happening there?
Oh, I think as soon as this one was agreed upon, they started talking about the next one. And the only thing that slowed it down was the first hiccup when they delayed it. But I think that they're really looking at that. Once you get the first one down, okay, this is what we have in place. As long as everyone abides by it, we saw the first hiccup, and now we're going fine. I think they're really starting to talk about, hey, how can we get another day out of this? What do we want to do? What is Hamas willing to do? What are the Israelis willing to do? And how that's being brokered in order to make this
believed now to have been killed. It was clear in that conversation that Yusuf and so many others are taking a breath right now, but are truly fearful of what lies ahead. Our thanks to Yusuf Hamash for taking the time to speak with us today. CNN Special Live coverage continues in a moment. Stay with us.
Another 17 hostages. That Red Cross motorcade rolling through the ruins of northern Gaza, also bearing the first American freed, dual national Abigail Edan, who just turned 4 on Friday, seen here bouncing around in the back of the van. Abigail, now an orphan, her parents killed by Hamas during the October 7th terror attack. Abigail crawling out from under her father's body. President Biden addressing the nation.
She then ran to a neighbor for help, where they were all taken hostage. That entire house of neighbors were taken hostage by Hamas and held for 50 days. What she endured is unthinkable.
So far, 58 hostages have been released, including foreign nationals over the past 3 days. Hamas filming the handover of these batches of women and children.
Welcome.
They're welcomed into those Red Cross vans. 84-year-old Elma Avraham seen lying on her back. She had to be medevaced. From Gaza, the hostages whisked to Israel, where they were greeted by crowds of flag-waving well-wishers. On Saturday, Hamas also releasing 9-year-old Emily Hand. For weeks, her father, Thomas, had been told Emily had been killed. When he learned that she'd been kidnapped, Thomas making this promise.
We'll get you home, and never let you out of our sights again.
And overnight, Thomas fulfilling that promise, wrapping his arms around his little girl and holding on. Emily then curling into her sister's lap, burying her head into her chest, their dogs nosing in.
She's lost a lot of weight from her face and body, but generally doing better than we expected.
The Asher family also reunited, separated from their father Yoni, mom Doron, 2-year-old Aviv, and 4-year-old Raz huddled in that hospital bed. Little Raz saying, "I dreamt I came home." Yoni telling her, now that dream has come true. Yoni speaking to David just days after his family was taken, describing seeing them in this video. Yoni watching as militants start to cover his wife's head, seeing a flash of his daughter.
I recognized them immediately, and I saw the video twice. In the second time, I couldn't watch anymore because I melted down. I didn't know what to do. I couldn't believe this is happening to me. It was a nightmare.
For so many, that return bittersweet. So many families torn apart, nearly 200 hostages still held by Hamas. Aviva Siegel's brother-in-law, David, rejoicing at her release, but concerned for his 64-year-old brother, Keith, still in captivity.
It's amazing and wonderful and wrenching and heartbreaking all at the same time. And of course, we just ache for the other hostages.
In exchange for the hostages, Israel has released 117 Palestinian women and teenage boys from Israeli jails. Thousands waited to greet them near Ramallah. The teens carried aloft through the streets, celebrated with fireworks and confetti. And in Gaza, with the airstrikes paused, they're counting the dead. The death toll nearing 15,000, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, many returning to survey the ruins. We saw some of that damage firsthand last week, riding in with the Israeli military across Gaza, driving right past the neighborhood of Al-Zahra, which today was captured via drone. The displaced weaving between the rubble, buildings mashed into unrecognizable piles of debris. One of those picking through the piles was Sajja Yusuf Anajar, breaking down in tears, telling us everything has been destroyed, our dreams, our memories.
So much has been lost. Matt Gutman joins us now. Matt, tomorrow will be the 4th day in what was initially billed as a 4-day ceasefire. What are Israeli officials telling you tonight about the likelihood that this deal will be extended?
Lindsay, the Israeli Security Cabinet met tonight to discuss extending this deal, and for days they've signaled that they are inclined to do so. But a security source telling me tonight the goal is not to get back to the war as quickly as possible. The goal is to maximize the deal and bring as many hostages home. But once the fighting does begin, the source warned, the ramp up is not going to be gradual. It's going to be immediate and ferocious. Lindsay.
Matt Gutman for us. Thank you, Matt. President Biden says the newly released hostages, including young Abigail, can now begin the long journey to healing. In his address to the nation, the president said he's working with Israel, Egypt, and Qatar to extend the ceasefire beyond the 4-day pause in fighting that was initially agreed upon.
The proof that this is working and worth pursuing further is in every smile and every grateful tear we see on the faces of those families who are finally getting back together again.
The president has been deeply involved in those negotiations and says he will not stop until everyone is back home. ABC senior White House correspondent Selena Wang joins us now. Selena, what are you learning about President Biden's efforts to secure the release of the remaining hostages?
Well, Lindsay, President Biden said his goal is to extend this pause in fighting beyond tomorrow so that more hostages can be released and more aid can get into Gaza. The president is hopeful after the release of 4-year-old Abigail Edan, saying that he expects more Americans will be released, but that he doesn't know the conditions of all of these hostages or even if they're alive. Senior administration officials have told me that this deal was weeks in the making of painstaking diplomacy. And today, again, President Biden hopping on the phone with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The White House says that these two leaders will continue working towards securing the release of all remaining hostages. Lindsay?
Selena reporting from the White House for us. Thank you so much. Here in New York, protesters marching in solidarity with the Palestinian people, shutting down the Manhattan Bridge on one of the busiest travel days of the year. Demonstrators block traffic with a sit-in. They are demanding a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. And President Biden has been briefed on the suspected hate-motivated shooting of 3 Palestinian students in Burlington, Vermont. The 20-year-old students are all graduates of a West Bank school and studying at American universities. 2 are U.S. citizens, and the third is a legal resident. Here's ABC's Rena Roy.
Tonight, police on the hunt for the gunman who they say shot 3 Palestinian college students in Burlington, Vermont.
Sent the third victim with a cruiser to the hospital.
Authorities say 2 of the victims were wearing traditional Arab scarves called keffiyehs while bowling Saturday night over Thanksgiving break. As they returned to one of their relatives' homes, police say the shooter approached them with a pistol in hand. Officials say the suspect, described as a white man with a beard, fired at least 4 rounds without a word, striking all of them before running off.
All units be advised the shooter is unaccounted for.
Police say 2 are stable at the hospital. The third has more serious injuries. Burlington's police chief saying in a statement, in this charged moment, no one can look at this incident and not suspect that it may have been a hate-motivated crime, but still urging the public not to make any conclusions, adding there is no additional information to suggest the suspect's motive. The victims, identified by their families as Tassin Ali Ahmed of Trinity College, Kinan Abdal Hamid, a student at Haverford College, and Hisham Awartani, a junior at Brown University. Their families saying in a joint statement, we call on law enforcement to conduct a thorough investigation, including treating this as a hate crime.
And the FBI tells us the agency is aware of the incident and has previously warned of lone wolf attackers that may be inspired by the Israel-Hamas war. Lindsay?
Rena Roy for us. Thanks so much. Now to the deadly winter storm sweeping east just in time for that post-Thanksgiving rush. Heavy snow caused whiteout conditions across Kansas today, where snow plows were out in full force. There were more than 100 accidents across that region, and in Nebraska this weekend, at least 2 people died. That storm system now impacting travel along the I-95 corridor. ABC's Morgan Norwood has the latest.
Tonight, a massive winter storm creating deadly and dangerous conditions during the post-Thanksgiving holiday travel crush. In Nebraska, emergency crews responding to at least 30 crashes. 2 people were killed. This SUV flipped on its side due to the icy conditions. No one seriously injured. In Wyoming, slick roads causing this massive pileup on I-80 involving semi-trucks, several jackknifed. Statewide, police responding to at least 125 weather-related crashes. That same storm system that wreaked havoc in the Great Plains, now moving east. Today, there were 10 million people in 11 states, from Texas to New York, under winter weather alerts on what's expected to be the busiest travel day of the year.
I travel from California to New York back and forth all the time. I have never had this much of a wait. I don't know why.
In Chicago, growing crowds and delays.
It just looks like it's going to be a lot to get through.
Snow blanketing the roads in Wichita, Kansas. Plow trucks out in force. But several cars abandoned after spinning out. This driver walking away from a head-on crash.
Some lady got too close to us coming head on and caused us to spin out in the ditch.
Just treacherous conditions on the roads there today. And at one point today, Lindsay, there were more than 1,000 flight delays, most of them coming out of the Chicago area. But thankfully and surprisingly, very few cancellations. Lindsay?
Good to hear that. A long slog home, though, for many. Morgan, thank you. Those millions of Americans on the move are certainly keeping an eye on the weather. Let's go straight to meteorologist Samara Theodore. Samara, what can we expect tonight?
Well, Lindsay, the storm is now departing the Great Lakes, but it is bringing a flood threat to much of the East Coast. Bands of heavy rain are now moving through major travel like New York City and Philadelphia. It'll intensify before midnight, and this has prompted a marginal risk for flash flooding in New York City. Overnight, the enhanced system brings heavier rain to parts of New England, and on the back end of this storm, the lake effect snow machine cranks up, bringing hefty totals. While we'll generally see anywhere from 1 to 3 inches, from Cleveland to Erie, up to a foot of snow is possible, and near Watertown, New York, we could see 20 inches of snow. Lindsay, the timing on this, Monday into Tuesday.
20 inches. Wow. All right, Samara, our thanks to you. New details tonight on the prison stabbing of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin. Officials say Chauvin, who murdered George Floyd back in 2020, sparking protests worldwide, is now in stable condition. He was rushed to a hospital late Friday. ABC's Jacqueline Lee has the latest.
Tonight, Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer convicted of murdering George Floyd by kneeling on his neck, now in stable condition. Sources telling ABC News he is expected to survive after being stabbed by a fellow inmate at this Arizona prison. Chauvin sustaining serious injuries in the Friday attack. The Bureau of Prisons saying its employees initiated life-saving measures before EMS personnel arrived. Chauvin then rushed to the hospital. Authorities in Minnesota, where Chauvin was an officer, condemning the attack.
People who are in the custody of the state in jail and in prisons have a right to be safe.
Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison also saying in a statement, "I'm sad to hear that Derek Chauvin was the target of violence. Like any incarcerated individual, he should be able to serve his sentence without fear of retaliation or violence." Chauvin currently serving a 21-year federal sentence for violating George Floyd's civil rights and a 22-year state sentence for second-degree murder. In a documentary released earlier this month called The Fall of Minneapolis, Chauvin speaking out about his conviction, calling his trial and sentencing a sham, and claiming that putting his knee on Floyd's neck was part of his police training manual.
I'm looking at it right now, 5-316, maximal restraint technique. Right in their written policy manual.
And Lindsay, the attack on Chauvin is just the latest in a series of incidents involving high-profile inmates, including the stabbing of former U.S. gymnastics doctor Larry Nassar earlier this summer, as well as the 2019 suicide of Jeffrey Epstein, raising questions about inmate safety within the Bureau of Prisons. Lindsay.
Jacqueline, thank you. Tonight, Russia claims it thwarted a major Ukrainian drone attack on its territory, including Moscow. That comes one day after dozens of Russian drones targeted Ukraine, the night sky lighting up for hours. Ukrainian officials say most of the drones were destroyed, including 66 over Kyiv. Several people were hurt and a number of buildings damaged by falling debris. And there's so much more ahead on World News Tonight this Sunday. Honda announces a recall that could involve hundreds of thousands of cars in a deadly crash at the Canadian border. What authorities say might have caused it.
No stranger to it, but obviously you don't want to be outside when that does happen. Now, when it comes down to the central portion of Florida, not seeing a ton of rain, it's primarily just towards the north near Jacksonville where it's going to see long-term rain, at least for the rest of today. Now, the good news is this system should kick itself off of the coast of the southeast by the time you wake up in the morning tomorrow, so your commute to and from work actually should be pretty fair weather here. But over the past 3 hours, quite a bit of rain near Jacksonville as a band of stronger storms rolled through the area. Now, this will equate to maybe 1 to 2 inches of precipitation in Jacksonville. And already over the past 24 hours from this same system, we've seen upwards of 2 to 3 inches along 30A and Interstate 10. So near Panama City, around 1 to 2 inches, still some heavy accumulations just off of the coast. But overall for the southeast, around 1 inch can be expected until the system begins to wrap up. Now, I was highlighting Jacksonville seeing prolonged rain. This is a camera out of Jacksonville, Florida. Notice not a great beach day. The winds are blowing around the canopies here on the awnings, and overall rain is still continuing throughout the image, and so it's going to stay that way at least until we wrap up the night. By 3 p.m. again, still showing quite a bit of rain moving into portions of the southeastern coast, especially along the Outer Banks and Charleston, South Carolina. You could also see heavy rain set up before the system will push itself out by Sunday overnight and into early Monday morning. This is by Monday 6 a.m. Notice we have all this rain just off the coast, but the southeast, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, the Carolinas, Florida, largely clear. Now, Florida, you could still see maybe a few stray bands of showers that will push through the central northern part of the state, but it won't be a deluge of rain that some areas have already seen today. Through tonight, as I mentioned, around an inch could be expected, maybe half an inch more widespread. Jacksonville, you could see our higher totals from just the next 12 hours or so, as heavy rain will still be.
Security booths and burst into flames. Officials say they have ruled out terrorism. Overseas, China's healthcare system is straining due to a crush of children suffering from respiratory illnesses. Long lines are reported at hospitals. Some patients are forced to wait 8 hours or more for treatment. The World Health Organization says the outbreak is caused by a rise in known viruses, including influenza, and not by a novel pathogen. When we come back, that new recall by Honda and more states impacted by a deadly salmonella outbreak linked to cantaloupe.
Drought monitor every Thursday, so you can always check in and we will have the latest updates for you across the country. Jacksonville, Florida, like I said, you will have the rain today, but things do look a lot better Monday and as well as Tuesday. Temperatures will be a bit chilly in the overnight hours on Tuesday evening. 37 degrees is the expected overnight low. Partly cloudy skies will accompany that. Speaking of cold weather, we also need to head on up to Ames, Iowa, where they saw a snow event over the past 24 hours. Now, earlier when I've checked in on this camera before, there's been snow along Iowa State's football field. Things are starting to dry up a bit in terms of the winter precipitation on the ground, but still a few little clusters of snow still prominent throughout Iowa. Overall, the Central Plains did see quite a bit of snow, upwards of 2 feet in states. Iowa, not quite the case here. Loudon saw 4.4 inches. That was the top snow total. Murray, 4.1 inches. Cedar Rapids also at 4.1 inches from the overall event. Now, this system now is into the Great Lakes, creating a lake effect event for western Michigan, but also just bringing snow towards northern Illinois, northern Indiana, and even portions of Ohio as well. Now, where this system was just 24 hours ago, 24 to 48 hours ago, rather, you could see that in Kansas, they had upwards of 8 to 12 inches right in and around Wichita. Nebraska near North Platte also saw 5 to 8 inches. Take it out even further and bring us back to Black Friday and Thanksgiving. Denver and the surrounding Rocky Mountains saw upwards of 2 feet in some higher elevations, which is aiding in the skiing forecast that a lot of folks are just eagerly waiting to find out about. For Wichita, Kansas, that one area that I highlighted that saw upwards of a foot of snow, this is video that came from Saturday. I'm sure some kiddos were super excited to run outside and maybe make their first snowman of the year. Others maybe not so excited, thinking about the drive home. So do be careful if you do have plans to drive back to your homes for the evening hours, and just know that the roads are starting to look much better for today, but there are still a few pockets, especially in and around Wichita, that could still be hard to pass or a bit slick. For Kansas, which was expected to take the heaviest of the rain for the Great Plains states, we saw over in Marion 14.1 inches, so over a foot of snow was the top snow total for the state of Kansas. Burns, 13 inches. Hutchinson, the number 5 spot on the list, 12 inches. So that was a wide chunk of snow that the Great Plains saw, and typically they don't see it this early in the year. So this was probably the first big snow event for the winter season, and it happened just as we said goodbye to Thanksgiving and welcomed into the Christmas holiday season. For right now, the total U.S., 22.7% of the U.S. is covered. No surprise, a large chunk of that being the Rocky Mountains and also into the Great Plains now as we have that snow event. But snow is forecasted to come in towards New England in just a few short hours. Now, I was briefly alluding to skiing, especially over in the Rockies as they had that nice dose of snow. This camera is over in the Wolf Creek ski area. It's over in Colorado near Pagosa Springs, so southwestern Colorado. Look, a lot of people out enjoying the day that this weather has to offer. The cold temperatures allowing the snow to really stick from the top of the mountain all the way down to the bottom of the hill. So the skiers and snowboarders, they're itching, they're excited, they are ready to enjoy the winter sports season. Season to date snow for Colorado specifically, upwards of 3 to 4 feet in some cases, a little higher than that on the higher elevations in western Colorado. Up towards Wyoming, we see near Jackson upwards of 8 feet of snow. Still higher elevation snow, but that's still quite a bit and plenty in terms of snowboarding and skiing. Cascade Range also tapping in on upwards of a few feet of snow yet this season. And as I mentioned, we are just now getting in towards the winter season. We're just right around the corner from it. So more snow events are still yet to come. For the Sierras, they will still see some snow coming in their near future. And over the next 7 days, Mammoth Mountain can expect to see up to 8 inches of snow. Bear Valley, 12 to 18 inches. And Kirkwood, 12 to 18 inches. So for folks who are skiing out in the Sierras, this is looking pretty good for you. Now, what ski resorts could you go to in Colorado? Well, according to this list, these 3 are completely open. Arapahoe Basin, Winter Park, and Copper Mountain are completely open to everybody to go out and enjoy, and this is just towards west of Denver as they get up in towards the higher elevations of the Rockies. Arapahoe is one of the first ski resorts to open, and while not all of the runs are open for visitors, a lot of them are. For Keystone, Colorado, very popular spot, conditions are variable. So for some beginners, not too bad to maybe test out your skis or your snowboard for the first time. The temperatures for Monday, 29 degrees. Now the low will be at 7, so it is going to be chilly, but that's exactly what you want to see in terms of a ski forecast. It will definitely be one of those bluebird days with lots of sunshine on tap coming into Monday. Could not complain about this ski forecast at all. Snow depth over in Keystone, 18 inches. New snow, they already have seen 4 inches of snow, so they'll take anything that they can get. Runs open, only 13 out of their total 128, but still overall that is enough runs to get
investigation in Vermont after 3 Palestinian college students were injured in a shooting in Burlington. This is the last photo taken of the 3 of them before they were shot. Police say they are looking for a white male who they say opened fire without saying a word. CNN's Carlos Suarez joins us now. Carlos, what more are we learning about this?
Well, Alex, authorities in Vermont are looking into the possibility that this shooting was a hate crime, but they have yet to establish a motive. Here is what we know at this hour. The 3 Palestinian students, according to police in Burlington, Vermont, were walking down a street. They were visiting a relative for the Thanksgiving holiday when they were approached by a man who was armed with a gun and opened fire. All 3 of these students were shot. Now, we're told that at the time of the shooting, 2 of these Palestinian students were wearing a keffiyeh. That's a traditional Palestinian scarf, and that they were wearing it. You can see the photo there of the 3 of them before this shooting took place. All 3 of these students, we're told, were taken to Vermont Medical Center. 2 of them, at last check, are in stable condition, and the 3rd, we're told, had some more serious injuries. Now, according to the Institute for Middle East Understanding, that's an organization that's in contact with some of the family members. They identified these students as 20-year-olds Tahsin Ali Ahmad, Kenan Abdul Hamid, and Hisham Arwartani. All of them, were told, graduated from a private school in the West Bank before they came to the U.S. to attend various colleges here. Now, Arwartani's great uncle, who we're told is a former education minister for the Palestinian Authority, he said that that Hisham was visiting his grandmother when this shooting took place. In fact, we're told that his mother right now is in the process of trying to come to the U.S. to see her son. Again, police in Burlington, Vermont are still trying to figure out a motive for this. They are looking at the possibility that this was a hate crime. Here now is an attorney that is representing some of the family members who say the details surrounding this shooting really leads them to believe that this, in fact, was a hate crime.
The suspect walked up to them and shot them. They weren't robbed. They weren't mugged. It was a targeted shooting and a targeted crime, and they were wearing the keffiyeh. They are known in the area, for being Palestinian. That's a very well-known symbol. It's a very well-known cloth. It's very symbolic of the Palestinian cause, the Palestinian culture and history. So the fact that they were wearing this and then fell victim to a shooter leads us to believe that that played a role, their identity played a role in them being targeted.
All right, so the chief of police out in Burlington said that he believes no one can really look at this incident without thinking that this was a hate-motivated crime. Alex, one final note out here. The FBI said that they are aware of this incident and they are prepared, rather, to investigate the shooting.
All right, extremely troubling. Carlos Suarez, thank you so much for that report. We will have much more of CNN's special coverage of the Israel-Hamas war and the tenuous 4-day pause currently in the fighting when we continue in a moment. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Karel Lahara. As I mentioned before the break, we're taking a look ahead to this next week and what you can expect on all different fronts, including the deals that you can get for Cyber Monday. And also, I want to look at how that travel forecast is doing as you're probably heading back home from your Thanksgiving holiday weekend. For this next segment, I'd like to check in with our partners down at Fox Weather.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Fox Weather. This is what we're currently tracking in the forecast center. 2 separate low pressure systems bringing rain towards the southeast and a shot at snow throughout northern New England. This is the first chance of snow for quite a few folks across the New England area. 2 low pressure systems that both will more or less coalesce together into New England and bring some gusty winds as we head off on Monday. So just know, especially on the eastern half of the U.S., you might have to deal with some precipitation on your way home. As I mentioned earlier, welcome back into Fox Weather. I'm Haley Meyer. Glad to have you here with us. Let's break down the rain threat that we're seeing across the East Coast, specifically in the south, where some of the rain is a bit heavy at times. We have seen some lightning being produced with this storm. So if you do see lightning, definitely want to go indoors. But in terms of the snow chances here, that's farther up towards the north across the Great Lakes. And we'll see a good chance at a lake effect snow event throughout portions of western New York and into Pennsylvania as well. And I'll break that all down in a moment as well. But for right now, we do see there's quite a bit of snow throughout Michigan. Chicago also seeing some snowflakes. Same can be said for northern Indiana. Now, the primary reason for this is we have two very cold air masses that come through, and it's going to be bringing quite a bit of snow, maybe around 1 to 2 inches in some spots for portions of the Midwest. Now, when it comes to western Michigan, where we could see some lake effect snow here, they do have winter weather alerts, and they could see locally a bit higher than just 1 to 2 inches. But in terms of the snow event over the past, say, 12 hours here, we've had over 800 miles of snow reports. So all these little blue dots here, I mean, too many to even count. These are all storm reports that just are saying, hey, there was snow in this location, stretching from Texas all the way into Wisconsin. Now, the Central Plains was one spot that had some pretty high snow totals for the past 24 hours. Iowa not capitalizing on as much snow as Nebraska or Kansas received, but still, Loudoun had 4.4 inches. Murray, 4.1 inches. Bertram, 3.7 inches. So,
fourth and possibly final day of its temporary truce with Hamas. So much will depend on how many more hostages get released. After 3 successful days of hostage releases, Hamas says it wants to extend the pause in the fighting. A source telling CNN that Israel's war cabinet is also discussing that possibility. But today, it was yet another emotional day for so many families in Israel. A third group of 17 hostages held inside the Gaza Strip since early October, they were finally freed. Here are some of the early images, or the images we've just gotten of some of those families finally embracing after weeks of uncertainty, not knowing if they frankly would ever see each other again. A total of 17 hostages today, including 3 Thai nationals. And these pictures that you're looking at there, those are 14 of the Israeli hostages who were released from captivity. They range in age from 4 to 84 years old. They're mostly women and children. One of them is a male Russian-Israeli citizen. He was released as part of a separate agreement between Russia and Hamas. I want to get now to our Caitlin Collins, who is in Tel Aviv, for more on these breaking developments. Caitlin?
Yeah, Alex, we are entering that 4th day. We're waiting to see what the decision here. One big thing that did happen today that we had not seen in the first 2 groups of hostages that were released by Hamas is we saw an American citizen among them. It is one that everyone has remembered her face and her name, 4-year-old Abigail Adon. She turned 4 years old while she was in captivity. Both of her parents were murdered by Hamas. Only her 2 siblings survived. Her family, though, is joyous tonight that she is finally safe and in a hospital at this moment, saying that there are, quote, no words to express our relief. We've heard from many of her family members about that. She is just one part of this story of so many others who are coming back to a life of loss and learning what that new life looks like. Also tonight, we are learning that as part of this deal with Hamas, when they release those Israeli prisoners, or Israeli hostages, I should say, they also release a round of Palestinian prisoners from here in Israel. Tonight, we are told that group of 39 Palestinian prisoners is made up of teenage boys. They are all 18 years old and younger. You saw them making their way back home to the West Bank today after being released from Israeli jails. I want to bring in CNN's Matthew Chance, who is tracking all of this and was outside of Schneider's Children's Medical Center earlier. You were speaking with some of those families as they were talking about this. I think the question right now, and here we are, it's 2 o'clock in the morning local, we have not yet gotten confirmation that Israel has gotten the 4th list of names. And typically around this time is when Israel gets it. What are we expecting on day 4 of this?
Well, I think what we've come to expect over the course of the past 3 days is that, you know, there are possibilities that this could be delayed. We've seen that a big delay yesterday. Today it went very smoothly, but yesterday there was a time when we were discussing it here that this whole thing could have fallen to pieces. Today it's gone very smoothly. There haven't been the kind of obstacles in place that we saw the day before, but tomorrow is another day. And so every day we're seeing this whole process, which is complicated logistically and has lots of moving parts, as we've been saying, start all over again. And with each day brings, you know, new risks that it could be delayed and new uncertainties as well. And so we'll see how it goes. Certainly the hope is, and it seems on both sides, both on the Hamas side and the Israeli side, is that this can be continued not just tomorrow, but for some time after that as well.
Yeah, and we'll wait to see. I mean, I know they said up to maybe 10 days or so. You were outside that hospital. We've heard from so many of these families who say, this is a bittersweet moment because the hostage families have become so close in this 51 days now. They've been, speaking to one another while their loved ones are being held hostage. And the sentiment kind of seems to be that every time a hostage comes home, even if it's not their loved one, they do still feel the sense of joy that at least someone's loved one, parent, child is coming home.
Yeah, there is that, of course. I mean, there's lots of people who have suffered absolutely terrible losses here that we've spoken to, and people who have still got their loved ones being held captive inside Gaza. But even those people are very positive, very happy that other families are being reunited as a result of these hostage releases. Conversely, on the other side of that, you've got a situation where some people feel perhaps survivor's guilt. They're very joyous at the fact that their families are being reunited and that people are being released, but extremely guilty and saddened by the fact there are still so many people inside Gaza. And I think that's an important point, because there are still, even after today's releases of 17 people, there are still about 180 or so people inside Gaza still being held captive in very uncertain conditions.
What are we learning about how these hostages work, what they've lived through for 50 days? What it has been like for them in Gaza?
Well, because they're scattered across the territory, they're not concentrated in one place. It seems like their experiences are quite different to each other. They're not all having the same homogenous experience. One of the hostages who was released a few days ago came out to the press today and was talking about how she only got bread to eat, bread and rice, and they lost 7 or 8 kilos. Her and her mother, who were there in Gaza, and it was kind of quite difficult for them. On the other hand, the sister of one of the Thai detainees, or captives rather, who has come out, has said that he's very happy and he was treated well, he wasn't tortured, he lived in a house, not in a tunnel, and he was given very good food and was satisfied with the way he'd been treated, relatively speaking. And so that it just illustrates that people are being held by in different houses, in different locations, possibly by different families and different groups, and they're accordingly getting different treatment.
Yeah, and we're still learning so much about how the rest of the hostages who are still there. Matthew Chance, thank you for that report. Of course, there are major questions of who could be next. The White House today celebrating the fact that there was an American on the list, like the first 2 groups. The question, though, is what about the others? Because the White House ultimately believed 3 Americans are eligible to be released as part of this group for women and children. President Biden himself coming out after Abigail Adnan was released today, saying that he is hopeful more Americans are to come. CNN's Priscilla Alvarez is tracking all of this from the White House, and she joins us now. Priscilla, obviously, there was this kind of rush earlier where the president was not expected to speak, and then he did come out now that we had known once Abigail Adnan was in Israeli territory. What else did we hear from the White House today?
Well, as you mentioned, Caitlin, they are celebrating this move, but they're also pushing for an additional pause so that they can release more hostages, because the president has mentioned that there are still Americans unaccounted for, and there are 2 American women that they want to see released by Hamas. And as you have mentioned here on the program, U.S. officials have said that Israel is prepared for a pause in fighting if Hamas were to provide or release 10 hostages on each day of that pause. And what the president was underscoring today in his remarks is that it's not only about a release in hostages, but also getting additional aid into Gaza. And what the last few days have shown is that this is possible, and an additional pause in fighting could see more of that unfold. Take a listen.
Critically needed aid is going in, and hostages are coming out. And this deal is structured so that it can be extended, to keep building on these results. That's my goal, that's our goal, to keep this pause going beyond tomorrow so that we can continue to see more hostages come out and surge more humanitarian relief into those in need in Gaza.
And that pause in fighting was also raised in a call with President Biden and the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, earlier today, along with additional discussions about the release of hostages. But what the president was celebrating again today was the release of Abigail Adon, the first American hostage in this group, in this negotiated deal, to be released. And the president talked about what she endured in captivity, calling what she had gone through a, quote, terrible trauma, and saying that her experience was, quote, unthinkable. Again, she returns to having no parents. Those parents were killed in those terror attacks on October 7th. But the welcome news that she has been released, and the hope that more hostages, and especially Americans, can be released in the days to come. But all of this is the product of diplomatic negotiations, intensive negotiations, and ones that are continuing hour by hour and day by day in hopes that there could be more releases in the days to come. Caitlin?
Yeah, we'll all be waiting to see as this 4-day truce hits day 4. Priscilla Alvarez from the White House, thank you. Alex, obviously still a major question, not just at the White House, but also here in Israel, what that's going to look like once they get to the end of day 4.
Yeah, and growing number of the different parties expressing interest in that pause being extended into a 5th day. Caitlin, thank you very much. Joining me now is retired Lieutenant General Mark Schwartz. He served as the U.S. Security Coordinator for Israel and the Palestinian Authority, which is a critical role in that fragile region. General, thanks so much for joining us. In terms of this potential extension of the pause, how does Israel balance its concerns that Hamas could use this halt in the fighting to rest and rearm? Israel has expressed an interest to get back to the fighting, but at the same time, they have this profound desire to get more of their hostages out. So their priorities of eradicating Hamas while also freeing their hostages seem slightly at odds.
Alex, good evening. Yeah, I think you're correct. So certainly this pause has allowed Hamas to rearm to the degree that they can, in terms of internal into Gaza. Also to reposition based on what they've learned from the IDF operations, the ground operations specifically to date. And as important, the IDF are doing the same thing. So I suspect that this evening, the IDF are poised to reinitiate offensive operations if in fact, there's a delay well beyond a couple of days of the last transition of day 4. And then certainly they're going to be poised, as they've said, if the 10 released hostages per day does not continue beyond, the 4th day of the negotiated pause that's already been in place.
Yeah, and speaking with Gazans, including one earlier today, I know that there's a lot of fear about when the Israeli military could start that fight against Hamas again. General, we have to talk about the West Bank. There's so much focus on Gaza, of course. Gaza now, thankfully, experiencing a temporary pause in this fighting. But in the West Bank, the Palestinian Health Ministry is saying that 8 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli fire in the West Bank in the past 24 hours. That's just part of a major spike this year in the number of Palestinians who have been killed by either Israeli security forces or by extremist settlers. How concerned are you about how combustible the West Bank is, the possibility that that could become a second front?
Well, I think if you watch the release, I know we all have, of the Palestinian prisoners over the last 3 sets of Palestinian prisoners that have been held under administrative control. You look at the flag of the Palestinian Authorities not flying, although the Palestinian flag is flying, but I think more concerning is the Hamas flag is flying, and you see these young men and women draping themselves in the Hamas flag. So to me, that's a real concern. Since October 7th, my information is there's been 230 plus Palestinians killed as a result of offensive operations, targeted operations by the IDF Central Command under the leadership of General Yehud Fox. I suspect that a large number of those operations are in coordination with the Palestinian Authority. That's certainly been a long-standing security and intelligence relationship, despite it being not highly publicized. But I think more notably, we haven't seen accountability of the increased and drastically increased number of settler violence against Palestinians. And that, I think, more than anything, more than these targeted operations, could be the catalyst for greater unrest to occur in the West Bank.
Before I let you go, General, you were the go-between liaison, if you will, between the Israeli and American militaries. There's this conversation about conditioning aid for Israel. What conditions do you think, if any, should be placed on American weapons that are given to Israel?
Well, that's a policy decision, obviously, but I do believe that we have a responsibility to discuss, as we did going into the lead up of the offensive, to discuss with the Israelis about the conduct of the ongoing combat operations that I suspect will continue after several days here. Certainly, I think in some cases unnecessary suffering that's been going on with the Palestinian population inside of Gaza. So I do think that's a really important discussion that needs to take place behind closed doors. Also, I think the use of air interdiction or close air support now that Israeli ground troops are on the ground, that's another discussion that needs to take place based on the significant amount of infrastructure that's already been destroyed. I caveat that with being a former soldier, I also know that you don't want a fair fight, and those young men and women of the IDF are fighting a terrorist organization that play by no rules, to include putting innocent Palestinian civilians in harm's way, as we've seen multiple times just since October 7th, as well as the precept to this attack. So I think it is prudent for us to have those types of discussions in private.
Well, I know it makes you uniformed guys uncomfortable to wade into policy discussions, but you are in a suit now, so I appreciate you entertaining me. Retired Lieutenant General Mark Schwartz, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you, Alex.
Part of the Israel-Hamas truce agreement involves releasing Palestinian prisoners from Israeli jails as well. In fact, 3 Palestinians for every Israeli hostage. That's the deal. More on that next as our special coverage continues. Stay with us.
Officially begins honoring Mrs. Carter. Her family is on a mission to make sure her life's work is on full display.
Do have 3 days to celebrate her, but I don't think those 3 days are going to encompass all of her accomplishments that she's had in her life.
The 3 days of ceremony celebrating Mrs. Carter starts Monday here in Plains. It wraps up Wednesday with her being laid to rest at the family home not far from here. In Plains, Tyler Fingert, Fox 5 News.
And as I mentioned, the tributes to Rosalynn and also former President Jimmy Carter, I mean, they're just pouring in from around the world because of how important they've been when it comes to shaping American history. Staying with our partners at Fox 5 in Atlanta, I want to showcase what one artist is doing to honor both the late First Lady and former president.
While this mural was planned before Rosalynn Carter passed, the artists feel honored to pay tribute to her in this way, giving visitors here in the park and in the air a chance to remember her legacy.
Putting their portraits here at the end of their lives near the Carter Center on this red Georgia soil was just what made perfect sense to us.
It's a larger-than-life depiction of a couple who made a lasting impact on the world.
It made sense to do them together in a loving embrace. You can see in the smiles on their faces how excited they were, like children together.
Kansas-based artist Stan Hurd worked with the city and Carter Center for more than a year to get this piece made. It took them 10 days to complete it, finishing just before Rosalynn passed.
When people come up and they talk to us about the image, it gives us an opportunity to reinforce the legacy of this incredibly important person to human rights.
This is their third earthwork piece in Freedom Park in the last 4 years, made up of entirely natural materials.
We're trying to remind people of the lives of these folks that have lived well and done well for all of us.
And our art is like a frozen moment of just stay here and try to think about this person and think about what it means to do the right thing. That's why we did Maya Angelou, that's why we did John Lewis.
The artists say the materials should last through the spring, but it's a memory they hope will live on in hearts and minds throughout the state.
I want to always promote the things about Americanism that I'm very proud of, which are people like Jimmy and Rosalynn Carter and what they fought for.
In Atlanta, Kim Luffler, Fox News.
Just a gorgeous mural there displayed in Georgia honoring Rosalynn and Jimmy Carter. Another tweet up here from the Carter Center looking ahead to this week and how we're going to honor, celebrate the legacy and life of Rosalind. Take a look at this, the Rosalind Carter Monday Motorcade route. The general public may pay respects to the former First Lady along routes through Plains, Americus, and Atlanta, Georgia. And of course, they're on the screen for more information if you do want to take part. If you're in the area, go to rosalindcartertribute.org. But of course, here at Live Now from Fox, we're going to also give you a virtual look to all of those celebrations and the ceremonies honoring the late First Lady. So make sure you tune in with us, and we'll bring you all those live events as soon as we get them. Another live look out at Atlanta, Georgia on this Sunday evening over there on the East Coast. This is courtesy of our partners at EarthCam. We're going to step away now for another quick break. We'll see you back here in 2 minutes. Welcome back. You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Karel Lahara. Our live programming is about done for the day, but make sure you tune in with us bright and early tomorrow at 7 a.m. East Coast time, and we will continue to take you across the world, the different live events happening in real time, and also update you on any new developments on all the top stories that we've been following. In the meantime, I'm going to leave you with some of the biggest events from the day and some interviews that we've also conducted. I'm going to start off with President Biden speaking in Nantucket, Massachusetts regarding that latest group of hostages that was released by Hamas and the fact that an American was finally in that group. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Two days ago, one of our fellow Americans, a little girl named Abigail, who turned 4 years old, she spent her birthday, and at least 50 days before that, held hostage by Hamas. Today, she's free, and Jill and I, together with so many Americans, are praying for the fact that she is going to be all right. You know, she's free and she's in Israel now. And so those who are now wrapping Abigail in love and care and the supportive services she needs, she's been through a terrible trauma. You know, her mom was killed in front of her when her kibbutz was attacked by Hamas terrorists on October the 7th. Abigail ran to her dad then, who then was gunned down as well, while using his body to shield little Abigail. She then ran to a neighbor for help, where they were all taken hostage. That entire house of neighbors were taken hostage by Hamas and held for 50 days. What she endured is unthinkable. Abigail was among 13 hostages released today from Gaza under the brokered and sustained, though intensive, U.S. diplomacy. She's now safely in Israel, and we continue to press and expect for additional Americans will be released as well. And we will not stop working until every hostage is returned to their loved ones. As I said when I spoke about this deal on Friday, this has been the product of a lot of hard work and weeks of personal engagement for me and my team. We have been in close contact with the leaders of Qatar, Egypt, and Israel, speaking with each one of them repeatedly over the past few weeks to help secure this deal. We spoke again yesterday with the Emir of Qatar, who I owe special thanks to, in order to keep the hostage release on track and push for Abigail to be part of this release. And I'll be speaking again shortly with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and we will continue to remain personally engaged to see that this deal is fully implemented and work to extend the deal as well. For weeks, I've been advocating a pause in the fighting for two purposes: to increase the assistance getting into the Gaza civilians who need help, and to facilitate release of hostages. And we know that innocent children in Gaza are suffering greatly as well, because this war that Hamas has unleashed has such consequences. Thousands have been killed, and from the earliest days of this crisis, I've worked closely with President Sisi of Egypt, the Israeli government, King Abdullah of Jordan, and leaders throughout the region to expand the delivery of critical humanitarian assistance to help innocent Palestinians in need who are not part of Hamas. Under this deal, fighting in Gaza has now been paused for 3 days. Over that time, 58 hostages have been released, including the Thai, Filipino, and Russian nationals. Dozens of families have been reunited. And we worked urgently to take advantage of the pause to surge aid into Gaza. We've moved approximately 200 aid trucks into Gaza each day, loaded with food, water, medicine, fuel, and cooking gas. More is needed, but this deal is delivering life-saving results. Critically needed aid is going in, and hostages are coming out. And this deal is structured so that it can be extended, to keep building on these results. That's my goal, that's our goal, to keep this pause going beyond tomorrow so that we can continue to see more hostages come out and surge more humanitarian relief into those who in need in Gaza. We've seen this is the day-by-day approach, hour-by-hour process. Nothing is guaranteed, and nothing is being taken for granted. But the proof that this is working and worth pursuing further is in every smile and every grateful tear we see on the faces of those families who are finally getting back together again. The proof is little Abigail. More than 20 other children, 18 years and younger, have been released. They've been released through this deal as well. They've endured a terrible ordeal, and they can now begin the long journey toward healing. And I'm going to continue working with the Emir of Qatar, President Sisi of Egypt, and Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel to do everything possible to see the hostages are freed, all the hostages. I'm grateful for the personal partnership as we pursue this deal from each of those men I just mentioned. And as we've worked together to see all this implemented, and now to try to extend it further. I'll continue working with all our partners to take the hard but necessary steps to build an integrated and more prosperous and more peaceful future in the region. A two-state solution is the only way to guarantee the long-term security of both Israelis and Palestinian people. To make sure Israel and Palestinians alike live in equal measure of freedom and dignity. We'll not give up on working toward that goal. So thank you very much. But thank God she's home. The little, I just can't imagine the enjoyment and I wish I were there to hold her.
Mr. President, do you have an update on the other Americans who are being held and any sense as to when they would be released?
We are hopeful, but I don't have anything firmly to tell you at this moment.
Sir, do you expect that if you are able to use this momentum to extend the pause, have you extracted any guarantees about proof of life for other hostages, or do you have an expectation of how much longer you could push this pause?
Well, look, you know the deal calls for every 10 hostages released to extend another day. So I'm hopeful this is not the end. It's going to continue. But we don't know. And But I get a sense that all the players in the region, even the neighbors who aren't and have been directly involved now, are looking for a way to end this so the hostages are all released and Hamas is completely, how can I say it, no longer in control of any portion of Gaza.
And do they have control of all of the hostages, or are there still other militant groups that you have to deal with?
We think there are probably other militant groups, but we're not certain.
Mr. President, how is Abigail doing? What's her physical condition? Do you have any information?
I haven't gotten that information. I just wanted to let you know immediately. They were going across into Egypt, as you recall. That was the route. But an older, non-American, elderly woman is very sick and was in need of immediate medical help. So they arranged to cross directly into Israel to be able to take her to a hospital. All I know is that she has been held. I don't know, I haven't seen a photograph. I've just been in communication with my team. But she is safely ensconced in Israel. But there's a lot more work to be done.
How many days would you like to see the pause go on for?
I would like to see us move to a point where we were able to, well, let me put it this way. I'd like to see the pause go on as long as prisoners kept coming out. All right, thank you all so very much. I know, we have to call you. I know you say, what's he calling me with only 10 minutes or so notice? I said, that's the notice I get, because we didn't know, I didn't want to be having this press conference if they weren't physically, even when they were in the Red Cross ambulance, I didn't want to do it because they were not out. They were still in Gaza. So I don't thank you enough, but thanks for your patience. And I know it's...
We're here anytime, sir.
All right. Joan, I thank... Okay, happy holidays to you guys.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, sir.
I want to talk more about all of this here. Robert D'Amico is a retired FBI agent, former member of the FBI hostage rescue team who worked with the Joint Special Operations Command on overseas hostages, and the founder of Sierra One Consulting. Thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us here and provide a little context as to what's going on.
Thanks, Josh. Always good to be here.
So first off, when you hear that this 4-year-old Israeli-American girl is among this third group of hostages being released by Hamas, what goes through your mind there, knowing that an American is released on day 3?
Actually, last night when I was looking at it and I saw that there's no Americans and they were talking about the 4-year-old, I had a feeling she was going to be released today. Just in the sense of they want to keep the Americans throughout the entire process. I think they want the Americans involved in the negotiations, and as long as there's Americans being held, I think it keeps us more engaged. So I think their plan is to release them with the other ones from now on, but they're not going to release all of them to, I think, the very end. But I could definitely tell there's starting to be some animosity that no Americans were released yet, and they were talking about the 4-year-old girl, and I really thought that she was going to be the first one. I thought it was going to be today.
And you kind of touched on this there, but what about tomorrow? We're talking about day 4, which in theory is the final day of this truce deal, so the final group of hostages would be released. Do we expect to see more Americans that are released to the Red Cross and then eventually over to Israel?
I would expect 1 or 2. I wouldn't expect all of them. Like I said, I think they're going to string them out through the whole process. But I would expect another 1 or 2. And I think it has a lot to do with President Biden and Americans being involved so much with the Qataris in doing this. But they want the Americans involved. They want us to be more engaged. And if they released all of them at one time, I think some of our engagement would fall off. Not totally, but again, I think it's a strategy Hamas has had the whole time.
And when you're talking about this 4-day truce, ceasefire, pause in fighting, whatever you want to call it, is it possible that it does extend and we see more than 50 hostages released in the long run?
I think so. I think that's the likely course. And I from seeing how it's going and the couple, mistakes in the beginning on both sides, and now it's going well. I think that is the play to keep extending it longer and longer, get more hostages, get more exchange. But it's going to get difficult when they get to less and less hostages. And I think that's why President Biden came out. He talked about proof of life, which is a little bit different in the hostage world. But proof of life, at least telling us how many hostages they have, because these things are, I talk about a moment of trust. It's not like you have trust between Hamas and the Israelis, but you have to have moments of trust during periods that you're doing this. And the moment of trust comes in, but you have to know how many hostages they actually have. We have an estimate, but some of them could have been killed in the hostage taking or an escape during those times in the beginning. So we don't really know. So when we're starting to play towards the end, if we think they have 60 and they only have 40 left, and you're trying to deal with it back and forth like what you're giving in negotiations, if you don't know, I think it's going to cause a lot of problems. So I do know that's why they're asking for that, what President Biden called proof of life of who they had.
And right now you are looking at a live image here, an exterior of Schneider Children's Medical Center, where the hostages are expected to arrive right there in the distance. We know that Qatar has played a major role in the negotiations, and we're not seeing a lot of what is going on behind the scenes. I know you can't go into necessarily great detail, but how complicated and delicate of a situation is this?
Oh, it's very, and the term has always been like making sausage. Like, you don't want to see the sausage being made. You don't mind eating it. And that's kind of what's happening back there. I've dealt with the Qataris on a couple hostage exchanges, ups and downs. I think there's side deals going on that even the Israelis and the Americans may not know of. Qataris may be sweetening the pot to Hamas a little bit on the side, or they may be doing something else. When we did an exchange for a Canadian back in, 2016, we thought it was a straight up deal. And then I think we ended up seeing about 30 to 40 Taliban prisoners released out of Afghan prisons about a week, maybe 5 days after we did the exchange with the Canadian. And I think that was part of the deal that they struck with the Afghans on the side with the Taliban. So they and it was unknown to us or the Canadians at the time, and we still don't have confirmation. So there's all kinds of things going on in the background. People don't want to see it. To get it done needs to happen that way, and that's the only way it's going to happen, because the deal that may be presented may not be enough, and the Qataris who are going back and forth hey, we have to sweeten it a little bit on the side, and it may even be a personal sweetening, like one person who's giving okay wants something small or whatever, but it has to be done.
I want to get your take on the 50 hostages in exchange in this swap for 150 Palestinian prisoners there, because those are a big difference in numbers.
Yeah, but Israel's known for it. I mean, they traded one Israeli for 1,000. So if you look at the numbers, the numbers really don't matter as long as each side is getting what they want in return. So that's where it has to be. The perception is, okay, I'm getting what I want. It's one of those things that it just comes along with territory on what we trade Americans or Westerners for out in the world. And it's same thing with when you're dealing with money and such with that. So I don't see a big thing with the 3-to-1 to it, and I don't think Israeli balked at that number because they've done a lot more before.
Do we know anything about the Palestinian prisoners that are being swapped for those hostages? Do we know who these people are, what they're accused of doing, anything of that nature?
No, I don't know exactly. I do know that part of the holdup on the first delay, or the second one, was delayed a little bit, and they talked about the trucks going into northern Gaza and such, but also that they said something about they were demanding the Palestinians that were in the prisons the longest being released first. So I think that has some clue on who they're releasing, and I think they went back and made the Hamas happy on who they're releasing, because these are still going on. So I think is based on time in there. And I remember when we were looking at prisoner releases during the peace things with Ambassador Khalilzad was working with the removal of the U.S. forces from Afghanistan, and they were coming out and.
Yeah, well, Caitlin, so authorities in Burlington, Vermont are looking into the possibility that this was a hate crime, but they've yet to identify a motive in this shooting. This is what we know at this hour. This is where things stand right now. We're told that these 3 Palestinian students were walking on a street in Burlington on their way to visit a relative on Saturday when they were confronted by a man who was armed with a gun and opened fire. All 3 of these students were shot. We're told that 2 of the students at the time of the shooting were wearing a keffiyeh, that is a traditional Palestinian scarf. All 3 of these students were taken to the Vermont Medical Center. We're told that 2 of them are in stable condition and that the 3rd suffered more serious injuries. The 20-year-olds have been identified as Tassin Ali Ahmad, Kenan Abdul Hamid, and Hisham Al-Wartani. We're told that all 3 of them graduated from a private school in the West Bank before they came to the U.S. to attend various colleges here. Now, Al-Wartani's great uncle, who is a former education minister for the Palestinian Authority, said that Al-Wartani was visiting his grandmother in Vermont when this shooting happened. Caitlin, the Burlington chief of police, said that he believes no one can look at this incident without thinking that this was a hate-motivated crime. As for the FBI, they said they are aware of this incident and they are prepared to investigate the shooting.
Yeah, just an awful story. Thank you, Polo, for keeping us updated. I know you'll continue to let us know what those updates are. We'll be back in just a moment with much more on the ground here in Israel.
Talked to one of the U.S. government's top SEER doctors, psychologists on this. You know, it's a new normal for them, and getting them back into a situation. It's great to get them home. They all describe it as surreal, but the next steps are really going to be the challenging ones for the rest of their lives.
All right, Robert, thank you again for taking the time to be here. We appreciate it.
Anytime, Josh.
Now, the focus remains on these hostages, however, and going forward, how they are going to be able to adapt to everyday civilian life after the traumatic ordeal that they've been into. I'd like to bring into the conversation now Dr. Nathan Carroll. He is the Associate Chief Resident at Hackensack Jersey Shore University Medical Center. Dr. Carroll, I appreciate your time today. I'd like to start by asking you what kind of symptoms, maybe a post-trauma, these hostages may be exhibiting in the first few hours of their release.
So immediately following the release, probably most, if not all, of these individuals who've experienced this trauma are going to be in a state of shock. They're going to come out from this kind of sense of it not being real is very, very likely. And particularly during this period of time, they're a loose sense of time, kind of feel numb to their surroundings, to what's going on. That's going to be followed by a sense of relief shortly afterwards when they get a sense that now this particular ordeal is over and they are safe. And that's going to be shared by the family members too, who are in a constant sense of just worry regarding the safety and the well-being of their family members.
In our conversation, we're also going to talk about, of course, how loved ones are going to process all of these events. I mean, it's such a big deal, especially when you think that we've hit day 50 of this war. Completely brutal. But I do want to ask, we know that these hostages, they're being released in groups. Do you think that they're going to show different types of symptoms? Because some people released yesterday, some today. Some are still waiting. How does that personally affect them, this sort of wave of them finally being able to go home?
Absolutely. They are definitely going to show different symptoms. It's definitely going to affect the groups differently. There's going to be a real risk of a survivor's guilt. The individuals who are released early, everyone's going to experience a great deal of anxiety, a great deal of nervousness and depression. There's going to be a lot of similarities between symptoms as time goes on, but in the immediate aftermath, they'll be particularly worried about the well-being of other individuals who are taken hostage.
So let's talk about the groups. There are so many age ranges when we see who has been released, who's been held captive. We have young children, women, men, older individuals. Tell me how psychologically each of them at the stage they are in their life are also going to be affected differently. And perhaps the process when helping them and rehabilitating them to normal life after this.
No, that's a great question, because it's going to affect the different age groups differently. The children are very resilient, but also they're learning a lot about if they can trust or not trust the world. And this experience, it's such a harrowing experience that this could have very long-lasting impacts on their how much they trust relationships moving forward, if they feel that they are going to be in danger. So young kids are going to be especially impacted by this and should definitely receive counseling and support moving forward. And they may appear fine initially. However, as time goes on, they should continue to receive support, because things, sometimes they take time before they emerge, the symptoms. Older adolescents, teens, young adults, they are particularly prone, along with anyone else who's experiencing this, to develop things like anxiety, generalized anxiety, PTSD, depression, different cognitive, emotional, and social ailments. So there's a lot. There's a lot that could happen with this group of people.
We've seen some emotional video of some of those children being reunited with their parents. What are some of the signs that they would need to look out for? Because as you said, right now their children, they're still very much developing, and it could be very possible that in later years, all of this sort of comes back and they start acting out in a way.
Right. So it could be direct. It could be direct questions about what happened, fearfulness about what happened, but it could also be indirect. It could be acting out in school. It could be not wanting to go to school, not wanting to separate from loved ones, resistance to doing things like going on trips or class activities or social activities with peers and friends due to a fearfulness of being separated once again from loved ones. So the symptoms are not one size fits all by any means. It really is individual to individual. A lot of them, though,
to come a point somewhere along the way where, particularly as this potentially now moves into southern Gaza, where the administration is going to find it more and more untenable to kind of be along for the ride with Netanyahu. But I don't think we're there yet. I think he has made the call that what Hamas did was so horrific, demonstrated such an ongoing security risk to Israel that, as I said, he has been willing to give them a substantial amount of leeway at enormous political costs to himself. But I do think in the end, his calculation is going to be different than Netanyahu's is. And Netanyahu, I think, is facing the results of years of overtly identifying with the Republican Party, more overtly, I think, than any foreign leader has identified with either party in my adult lifetime, and the legacy of distrust within the Democratic coalition and all the pressure that is created on Biden as a result.
Yeah, this war has really scrambled next year's race, not just the presidential race, but a lot of congressional races in a very interesting and dramatic way. Ron Brownstein, thanks as always for your time and for your thoughts.
Thanks for having me.
And we will have much more of our special coverage when we come back. Stay with us.
Processing all of these events, especially for hostages. Is there any way that it could be comparable to maybe something that other people have experienced? For example, being a hostage is not that common when we see it, but people do go to war. We do have Army veterans. Would it be comparable what the hostages are going through now to maybe PTSD from when an Army veteran comes back home, that sort of thing?
Absolutely, absolutely. It is very comparable. Our body, it knows stress, it knows anxiety, it knows life-threatening situations. Our body doesn't necessarily distinguish between if that life-threatening situation's wartime battlefield, if that life-threatening situation is a hostage situation, a kidnapping, or even an accident, a near accident, like a car accident. All these things are very, very similar in our body's ability to process that anxiety and to either bounce back from it, or more often than not, also just experience lingering anxiety effects from an event like this. PTSD, I mean, you can experience it going through something as horrific as this, or as you can also experience it secondhand by having a family member going through something like this. You could experience it through a wartime event or a near miss accident. PTSD it hits lots of people in different spectrums of life, and it's very pervasive.
Right now we're in the holiday season here in the U.S. I know that Thanksgiving just passed, but we do have people that are going to be celebrating Hanukkah, for example. Also Christmas, you're going to have a lot of family members coming together. What advice would you give to people having these conversations? It's so delicate, so hard-hitting, and to maybe avoid almost that excess of stress when even talking about this?
Yes, there's a lot you can do, and it's going to be tempting to talk about things because our go-to is to get things off of our chest, or to get things out of our mind, is to discuss them as quickly as possible, or just discuss them with loved ones. But just be mindful that we have a capacity for this anxiety. We have a capacity for how much information we're taking in. Holidays are already stressful. There's a lot going on with the holidays. To add this to it can be kind of messy. If you are going to talk about it, just be very, very mindful of other people's capacity. Just be kind to the other people around you. Getting it off of your chest and out there might feel really good. There might be a lot of catharsis when you do it, but it might be putting a lot of burden on loved ones. The other thing, just to always keep in mind is there can be a lot of guilt in regards to contrasting your situation and how safe and sound and lovely the holidays may be going with this horrific thing the hostages are experiencing. And if you do find yourself getting into those kinds of thought patterns, that's a good time to take a little bit of a break and just kind of engage in some mindfulness and refocus on just what you can do in front of you.
Dr. Nathan Caro, we certainly appreciate your time here at Live Now from Fox. Great advice and some tips for people going forward. Obviously, this war is going to continue. We're in a 4-day truce now. More hostages will be released in the coming days. We hope to welcome you back and continue to dissect this situation.
I want to talk more about all of that, so let's bring in Lisa Evers. She is with our Fox 5 New York team and has been following this around the clock. Thank you so much, as always, Lisa, for taking the time to be here with us this morning.
My pleasure, Josh. Well, as you know, this fragile ceasefire is still holding up. The exchange of the prisoners who were in Israeli jails, the Palestinians being released in exchange for the Israeli hostages who were kidnapped on October 7th. But the tensions here in New York City, the tensions here in the United States in terms of protests, those are still continuing to be very, very heated. We had Thanksgiving Day, the Thanksgiving Day parade, major protests. We've had yesterday on Saturday, there was a very big, large pro-Palestinian protest on Broadway, which went into the shops at Columbus Circle, which is a beautiful mall kind of right in the middle of Midtown Manhattan on 59th Street there at the corner of the edge of Central Park. And the protesters, some of the protesters were dragging a burning Israeli flag, saying, things that were very threatening to the Jewish population here. They marched up Broadway to the Museum of Natural History Museum, and the museum actually closed its doors a couple of hours early because they did not want any disruption inside the museum, and of course they did not want any type of damage being done to any of the exhibits or anything that was in there. But even though it was very loud, there was they were expressing their beliefs and their support for the Palestinian cause. The police are telling us there were no major arrests yesterday. So that's a good thing, because some of the earlier protests that we've seen in the last couple of weeks, especially the ones on the weekends and especially the ones on Fridays and Saturdays, there was one in Brooklyn that turned violent. They eventually were attacking police. They were attacking other counter protesters. So this, the one that happened yesterday, at least there were no serious incidents aside from the flag burning that was happening there. So, but the tensions here, Josh, I can tell you, very, very high, and a tremendous amount of concern, even, despite the hope that many people have on both sides, that this ceasefire will produce some kind of break in this situation. Josh?
And I know that we took a news conference from Kathy Hochul just a few days ago. She has talked about what they want to do in the state of New York. She's talked over the past several weeks about ways to combat anti-Semitism, what they've seen on social media. Can you tell me a little bit more about what she is trying to do there?
Well, Josh, first of all, she said that she is not. Yeah, and you're right. She's been saying things and speaking out against this for since October 7th, basically. But what she said this week at her announcement at her news conference at her office in Midtown Manhattan was that basically she was sending a letter to the top social media platforms, asking them for some very specific things, to have be much more transparent about what their guidelines are in terms of what is and is not acceptable to post. She also wanted them to beef up staffing in terms of who's moderating and monitoring exactly what's get posted. And the reason, she said, is because since October 7th, since that Hamas attack on Israel, she said that the threats, the anti-Semitic threats, have gone up over 400%. The Islamophobic threats have also gone up over 400%. And there's tremendous concern about that because of the dialogue. And then, as you know from covering terror stories as well, there's a lot of concern about these online threats actually generating and mobilizing people to commit acts of hate. And as we have seen in past incidents, past terror attacks here in the United States and terror threats. So she said the threat volume is increasing. She's also done, she's also mobilized this what she calls these threat assessment management teams to actually monitor, to be available in different parts of the state. And then, Josh, one of the other things that was new to New York, but apparently is not new to New Jersey and some of the other states around the country, she said they are in the process of developing an ideology-free, ideology-neutral curriculum about how to become a smarter media consumer, so people can understand when they see something stated online, if it's not coming from a bona fide news organization, or if there's no legitimate source that is being mentioned for it to really watch it. So that's something they want to have for kids starting in kindergarten. So it'll be interesting to see how all of that plays out. And then I think the final piece of it, which a lot of people were saying, and which I had questions about too, she said, listen, we're not talking about reducing or threatening, or impinging or impeding your First Amendment rights to free speech. We're not monitoring all of the posts. There's certain, of course, there's certain ways now that they can, when certain words trigger extra concern, as we know, and that type of thing. She said, we're specifically looking for people who are posting, trying to incite people to commit violence, trying to just foment this hate so that it reaches a boiling point and then inspires basically somebody to commit a physical violent act in real life against a person from one of the groups that they're targeting. So a pretty sweeping announcement a couple of days there before Thanksgiving last week, and we'll see how it's being received. But she was very much, she was very, very clear about saying, we're not looking to be, a big brother and kind of monitor everything. We're specifically looking for ways to kind of strategically and surgically address these threats, which, of course, as we've seen in the political arena as well, people who do this, they know very well how to use buzzwords. They know how to inflame. They know how to incite, and where to do it, when to do it, and who to target it to, and what kind of. They're basically marketing hate, is what it comes down to, Josh.
And we know, as we mentioned, that there are these increasing protests that have been going on there in New York City. We mentioned during the New York City Day Parade on Thanksgiving, there were folks who sat there in the middle of the route and kind of blocked the situation, preventing the parade from moving any further. I believe that went on for several minutes. Have we seen more NYPD officers kind of, I guess, keeping a closer eye on these protests than you might normally see on any other protests going on in New York City?
Well, no, they have since October 7th. They've been on a heightened alert. They've been on much heavier schedules, daily schedules, much heavier rotations. And then when it comes to the protests, what they've tried to do since the very beginning is really make sure that people who are protesting for one side are kept as separate as possible from people who are protesting on the other side. Now, physically, logistically, and just in terms of the way some of these counter protesters have popped up, that's not always possible to guard against and to prepare for in advance. But some of the more recent protests that we've seen, they have their barricades set up, their walkways. They're also announcing in advance, if you do not move or if you don't comply with whatever the particular order happens to be at that time, you will be subject to arrest. You're talking about Thursday, the big Thanksgiving Day parade. Some people try to actually glue themselves to the street. I don't know how, but that's what we were told they were trying to do. But they're trying to make sure that there aren't these one-to-one just conflicts going on, and one-to-one fights and provocations between people from opposite sides of this. But it's a tough position for the police. They've been trying to do the best that they can, and also not trying to do as we've seen in past situations, just arresting a bunch of people en masse on minor charges. Their whole main thing is to keep it as calm as possible, to keep some sort of sense of order. And it's just, it's working at most of the time, except one of the big protests we saw in Brooklyn recently that went on, dragged into the night. One of the police commanders told me after that, he goes, Lisa, the people that were there during the day, in the daylight, they were peaceful. They were expressing themselves. There was a huge crowd. They were very energetic. And he said, but as the sun went down, these other agitators came in, and we're just trying to take advantage of the situation with whatever their agenda was. It didn't seem to be part of the pro-Palestinian agenda, but they just were trying to take advantage of the situation of there being a lot of people, a lot of police officers, and really just trying to stir trouble. So they have a lot on their mind. And then you have the online threats. You have, which is a very big job. There's some organizations that are monitoring that as well that we've seen, and they've been one in particular has been very effective. The Community Service Group in the past thwarted a potential shooting with the two guys who were actually at Penn Station, one of them with a gun, to shoot up a synagogue here in New York. That happened within this last year. So there's just a lot going on a lot of different, a lot of different levels. So let's, we hope and pray that everybody stays safe through this holiday season and that the ceasefire continues to hold and maybe shows a way forward towards peace. Because when you see these, women and children on both sides, there were women and children in the Israeli prisons, Palestinian women and children. You see the hostages being released from Gaza, the Israeli hostages, grandmothers, little kids. It's just, the amount of terror, some of the kids going back and their parents not being alive, so it's trauma on trauma. And hopefully that this ceasefire in some kind of way, will show us a way forward so that this never has to happen again, Josh.
All right, Lisa Evers there with our Fox 5 New York team. As always, thank you so much for taking the time to be here. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Josh. Take care.
I will give you some background. Our first speaker will be Noam. She's the daughter of Chaim Perry, a peace activist who was abducted from his home in Nir Oz. He's 79 years old. Afterwards, we will have Nadav, the son of Lior Odaev, who is a prominent figure in Kibbutz Nir Yitzchak. And last, we will have Ruby Chen, the father of Itai, who was abducted from Nachal Oz. And yes, please, let's begin with Noam. I will unmute you. Please go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Noam Perry. I'm the daughter of Chaim Perry that was abducted from his home in Kibbutz Nir Oz. Before I even start with my story today, I want to thank you for bringing our stories to the world. And we now know, after we got 13 of our community members back yesterday, we know that the pressure that the international community is putting on Hamas is the reason that we're starting to see our loved ones coming back. So I want to thank you, and I want to ask you to continue and do it until we see all of them coming home. You have a very important role in this issue, and I can't stress enough how during these very emotional days, we thank you for taking this role and conveying our stories to the world and making sure that this pressure continues all the time. So I want to tell you a bit about my father. I was born and raised in Kibbutz Nir Oz. It's a very small, peaceful community near the Gaza Strip. My father, as said, he's a peace activist, a human rights fighter all his life. And he is living there in Nir Oz with my mother. On the morning of October 7th, dozens and dozens, I think more than 100 terrorists has invaded Nir Oz. They have gone house by house and ruined everything, killed many people. I know most of them. It's people I grew up with, my friends, parents of my friends. And they have entered my parents' home several times, shooting everything, ruining everything. It took them 3 times to find the safe room where my parents were hiding. When they were able to break the door, my father pushed the terrorists away, who then went to get some backup. And on those precious minutes, my mother could hide just 1 or 2 meters behind him. I was there in Nir Oz just 4 days ago. I saw the safe room. I saw the place where she hid. It's not even a place to hide. It was dark, and she was so quiet, and she just sat there. And when they came back, they took my father, and she was hiding there. We know that he understood they can't see her, and he walked away with them. My father is almost 80 years old. He's a brave man, like you can understand from the story, but he's not a healthy man. He has survived a heart attack, and he depends on medication to survive. From what we know, we assume he's kept underground, and we know that the conditions there are very hard, specifically for old and ill people. It's hard to breathe there. It's maybe we don't even know if he can stand in the place where he's kept. And I don't need to tell you, it's been 50 days so far. Unfortunately, I think you all know that my father is not alone. 75 people were kidnapped from Nir Oz community. 29 more has been murdered. Altogether, it's 1 out of 4 people from this community either murdered or kidnapped. And I can tell you this morning that we have a sign of life from my father. We know he's alive. From other people from the community who were released yesterday. And we feel it brings a lot of hope, and yet together we feel very urgent to let them all out. We don't know how much time they're going to be able to hold on there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Noam. Before Nadav will speak, I am kindly asking all of you who have not opened their cameras, please do so. This is very important to us. We would like to see faces, okay, of all of you, and we appreciate you being here, so thank you very much. Please, Nadav, go ahead.
So, hello everyone, and as Noam said before me, we thank you for taking the time and bringing our stories and the fact that we have a big struggle ahead of us, even though we do got some hope yesterday by the release of 13 people from our communities and 11 more people that are foreign citizens that was being released. The fight is still haven't been over, so we thank you for taking the time and bringing our stories to where they need to be, which is everywhere until the situation is resolved. My father is Leo. He's a 61-year-old man that 2 years ago suffered a massive heart attack. On the morning of the attack of the terrorists that came in from the Gaza Strip, as any rational human being, he decided that he needs to do something. He left my mom at home in the safe room by herself while my youngest brother was in the party in Kibbutz Re'im. And he tried to contact my brother with no way to know whether he got away or not. My brother is safe and he's with us and he got away, which is some sort of relief in that term. But since 8:47 in the morning, which was the last contact he had with my mom, we don't know anything besides the fact that we know he was hurt. He was managed to notify us that he was hurt, and he said he loved us. And since that moment, we are very concerned because he has no medicine. He's taking blood thinners as part of the treatment that he's getting after the heart attack he was suffering 2 years ago. My dad is an ambulance driver. He's a volunteer medic for many years. So our hope that he and his people that he's with, because we do have indications from the phone that there was a group that was together. We don't know where they are now. I was very happy to hear from Noam that they do have some sort of a sign that her dad is still alive. Unfortunately, I don't have that privilege. And the fact that we are still here 50 days later trying to convince and demand the communities in Israel and around the world to come forth and help us bringing the pressure for everyone to be released is very important, and it cannot go silent until every last one of them is coming back. I think that's it from my end. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Nadav. We will now let Ruby, the father of Itai, speak. Please, Ruby, go ahead.
Yeah, so today is day 50, reminding everybody we changed the digit, reminding you some other facts that there are over still 200 hostages unaccounted for from 30 different nationalities, meaning that this is something that the international community should be focused on, and we thank you for letting us amplify our voice via your channels. My family lives in a city called Netanya, which is like 10 miles north of Tel Aviv. Itai is my middle son, where I have a elder son, age 22, younger son, 13. Those of you that have 3 kids, you know, the sandwich typically has a very specific position in the family to be the connector between the youngest and the oldest. So he is definitely missed within our family. Itai grew up here. We live on next to the beach, so enjoying life, simple life, where Itai spent his adolescent years in the Boy Scouts, where he was a mentor for younger kids and teaching them, how to be a good adult, someone that contributes to the community. He also played professional basketball till the age of 18. So he is a spunky kid, and the emphasis should be a kid. He's 19. I think I still view him as a kid, and he is now in danger, and that's where I need to do, together with my family, whatever is possible to help him, bring him back home and be back with us. Itai specifically joined the IDF about a year and a half ago. He serves in the Armed Corps and was stationed at a base on the border of Gaza next to Nahal Oz. Just to set the stage for the audience, Itai and his team were in protection mode, protecting a sovereign part of the state of Israel, a part of Israel that is not in some sort of international conflict, protecting agriculture villages, what we call kibbutzes, such as Oz, people that work the land, people that try to make ends meet, and people that tend to mind their own business, and that also was the case of Itai. We got a notification from him that Saturday, 6:30 in the morning, that the base is under attack. We knew that they tried to be functional somehow, but contact was lost with him and his team at 9 a.m. Initially, we had no idea what was going on. We thought, like most Israelis, that this is something that we've seen before. But as the information started coming out, and when trying to get in contact with him or his team over phone, we understood that something was different, much different. And we frantically tried to communicate with anyone else that was around the base and understand what was going on. If you know, the base Nahal Oz had a lot of female soldiers as well. That was under immense attack. There was a lot of chaos, and it was very difficult to understand what his status is. I don't know how many of you have kids, but it's hard to describe the feeling of not knowing if your kid is alive or not. It's something beyond pain. I don't think the word exists in the vocabulary, but we had no idea what his status was. We went to the police headquarters, where we wanted to get a better understanding what was going on a day after, on Monday, and were notified that Itai is defined as missing in action, meaning nobody could identify him in the field. He was not in any hospital, not in any of the deceased lists. And 4 days afterwards, we got a knock on the door, and on the other side of the door, there were two army officials. Again, not knowing if you understand what that means, but that means that someone's going to give you a very bad message. You don't want to open that door. Your heart stops, and you know at the end you need to open that door. And that, I would not want my worstest enemies to have that type of feeling. We opened the door. It was 6 a.m. in the morning, and we are the lucky ones, where the notification that we got is that Itai was abducted, kidnapped, and held by the Hamas terrorist organization in Gaza. So I should say thank you that, that is the notification that I got, and not the other notification that many others received that day. My ask, my demand, we unfortunately have not been given any sign of life, as many other families. We have demanded the International Red Cross to be able to enter and provide not just an indication who is being held hostage, but also what is their medical status and provide medical attention. I think it's important to remind everyone, we have here people from different countries that we have something in common. We walk this planet together, if we like it or not. And because of that, civilized communities, civilized nations have defined different protocols, how to act, even in times of conflict. One of those is the demand that the International Red Cross be able to function and be able to visit hostages that were kidnapped against their will. And I think that this is a topic that the international community should be focused on and ask Hamas if they see themselves as part of the people walking this planet together or not. If they do, then they should immediately provide that access. And if not, then they view themselves, I guess, maybe like ISIS. And that's how they should be portrayed. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ruby. Thank you, Noam. Thank you, Nadav. You can't get used to these stories. Not ever. I would like us to continue to the next phase of this conversation of questions and answers. And it would be in order, everyone who has an answer, please raise your hand on the Zoom. I would also like to say that we are recording this conversation for your use afterwards. It will be published on the WhatsApp group of our official updates. So if you're not there, we have just put the link. It's right there in the general chat. So, the first question is by Hazel. Please specify to whom it's directed. Let's go.
Hi, good morning. And just thank you so much for coming forward and sharing with us. It's invaluable to hear your personal stories. My question is to Noam. Are you able to share with us what the sign of life was that the people that came back yesterday shared with you about your father? And the second question, also to Noam, is knowing your father as you do, what do you think he's been doing all this time that he's been away? What in your mind can you see him doing? Thank you.
So for the first question, I can't specify the details, but I can say that same as we saw on the first release of Yocheved and Nurit 4 weeks ago, we know some of the hostages were together, so we were able to understand also then when they were released, and also now that some of them has seen my father and he's alive. And knowing my father, it was my wish to think that he's with his friends, because my father, he's a man of art and philosophy, and he has vast knowledge of all things you can think about. So my prayer is that he has friends to talk to. He was taken without his glasses. I was at Nir Oz 4 days ago. I saw the safe room. It was kept as it was, and I was able to see his glasses with the newspaper on the sofa where he sat with my mother, at least at the beginning when they still had electricity and he could read. So I know he can't read, which is the thing he does all the time. So I'm just hoping he has someone to talk to. And if I know he's with his friends, I'm sure they're talking about art and history and the filming and movies. My father has taught before, and he was one of the founders of Sapir College near the Gaza Strip. And he taught many students about writing and movies and the filming industry. And I'm sure this is what he's talking with his friends. I'm hoping, at least. This is how we spend the time, because they can't do nothing else, I guess.
Thank you very much, Noam. Thank you, Hazel. Next question goes to Ms. Parker.
Hi there. Thanks so much for doing this. I have a question also for Noam about the kind of life that you got. Can you share, are you able to share with us who notified you of that? Was it members of the IDF, the government? I know the Ministry of Social Work has been involved. Just trying to understand sort of for the future as well, kind of what will be the process for notifying families if, you know, hostages have shared that their loved one is alive.
So again, I can't share any details, and we're still waiting for formal notification. I'm sure we're going to get some, but it's very early on. It will take probably hours. I'm willing to share back if I have any formal information that I can share. So still very early hours. I'm just, you know, I'm thinking, and I'm also thinking about people. We're so happy for everyone who comes back, but in the same time, we feel, you know, my father and others that might see those people coming out and are left behind, and we have this obligation of keep telling to the world that they're alive, they're there, and we need to act, and we need to act soon to get them out.
Thank you very much, Noam. Next question goes to Ms. Inga Rog.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for doing this. As you said, I'm Inga Rog. I'm working for Swiss newspapers, Swiss Weekly, and NZZ on Sunday. And my question would be to Ruby. Ruby, you have mentioned the ICRC, who has a very
The international Red Cross. That goes back to my question to the
in front of the door. For example, did someone see that your son was abducted? Did you hear how it happened? And the second would be if you would be so kind and share a little bit of how you go through these terrible days, like through everyday life as a family. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for the question, Sabina. The Army has some indication about Itai's whereabouts, and based on those indications was able to pinpoint his location in Gaza. That's why the notification was such. There are some that were notified missing with no indication where exactly it's missing. So we did get that indication from the IDF. But beyond that, we do not have any type of indication of sign of life or what has happened to him since October 7th. Unfortunately, the segment or subsegments of hostages that the IDF does not have nearly any information on the whereabouts is not a small subsegment, which is highly frustrating, difficult to cope. I think all of us have a new type. We live in a different universe. Believe me, you do not want to live in my universe, where we need to think, what can we do in order to be productive? And you do not know if today is a marathon or is it a sprint, because something is happening. And even in between the day, thinking, okay, is the next hour the marathon stage, or is it a sprint that we need to kind of ask ourselves at the end of the day, after working for 18, 19, 20 hours before you feel exhausted and you fall asleep? I ask myself a very simple question with a very difficult answer. Have I been productive? Have I been able to move my son's release an inch? And you don't have a good answer to that question, which is mind-boggling, to say the least. So there's no daily routine, but there is the desire to try to move this forward somehow, and hopefully having you to amplify that message and the pain that the families are in to get, the families whole again. We are not talking about anything else, but as families and wanting our family members back.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby. We have time for two last questions. So the next one would be by Miss Jenna Berries. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, thanks a lot. Thanks for this initiative, and may please let me wish you all and all the other relatives of the hostages that you shall have very soon good news of their release in good physical and mental health and emotional health. I think this question should be addressed mainly to Noam and Nadav. Where do you think the dream of peace and peaceful coexistence, which in case of your father, Noam, was, I understand, an integral part of his life, of his activity, and Nadav, for the very fact that your family lives there. I know the whole area is conceived as one really moved by the idea of peaceful coexistence. Where is that left now, in your opinion? If you may, both of you answer, I'd be grateful. Thank you very much.
Do you want me to start?
Yes.
So I haven't mentioned, but I was also born and raised in Nir Yitzhak. And for the better part of my life, the situation was always very tense and very uneased in a way, because you never know when the next attack of missiles is gonna come. I think I know for my father for a fact, and for pretty much the rest of the people that lives in the area of the Gaza Strip, in the Israeli side, it's 99% heaven and 1% hell. And I think on October 7th, it became the opposite. And the fact of the matter is that I don't know how we're gonna come back to that, but I know for a fact that we are going to go back to live there in one way or another. Some of the settlements, some of the kibbutzes is gonna take more time than others. Fortunately, in Nir Yitzhak, the damages and the destruction was not as bad as Nir Oz or Be'eri or Kfar Aza and Nachal Oz. And still the trauma is ongoing for the past 25 years. The wish is to live there in peace and without having to worry that every time there is a missile attack or another attack, of the safety of my beloved ones. My father's family still live in the kibbutz. They came from Argentina when my dad was 7 years old, and since then they've been living in the kibbutz. So I think the belief and the want of everyone that lives there is to live in peace. And as Ruby said, we are simple people. We didn't ask for anything out of this conflict and the war. And Israel is the only place that we have as Jewish people to have that peace, and we still haven't gotten it after a lot of years that Israelis exist.
I can just add to what Nadav has said, that the community of Nir Oz has went through a terrible, terrible massacre. If you haven't been there, I urge you to come and see it. Just because, unfortunately, you are the people who needs to tell it to the world. It's hard to imagine, and even though I saw the pictures before, it didn't prepare me to what I saw when I visited there this week. There is almost no house left untouched in Nir Oz. Everything is burned. And I know most of the people there. I can look at the house and say, this family's house, it's burned. I know what happened to the people inside. And going like this house by house makes you think that they can be as, the people are the same people. They want to live, as Nadav said, peacefully with the world, but obviously it depends on the other side as well, and what type of government would be there. So it's very early on, and I wish I could say something about the future of this area and of peace, but it clearly is different from everything that we saw before, from everything that we saw in I would say the history of the Jewish people since the Holocaust.
Thank you, Nadav. Thank you. And thank you, Nadav and Noam, for the answers. Last question would be by Miss Chloe Cornish.
Thank you all so much for taking the time to talk to us today. I thought of you all so much yesterday as we were waiting to see who would be released. And I was wondering if you had been given any indication by the government about the order in which people who are being held captive might be released. Have you been given kind of any rhyme or reason as to who might be released when? And have they explained to you how they're approaching the negotiations? And this question is to anyone who'd like to take it.
Yeah, unfortunately, the government doesn't have a clue. Hamas decides who it wants to release. And I think we need to remember, Chloe, at the end, each and every one of them is a human being, regardless if he's female, male, 88, civilian, soldier. So, you know, at the end, I think for all of us, the families, it's less of an issue. It's an issue of getting everybody back.
Just adding to that, getting everybody back alive and soon. And alive and soon are connected to each other.
Absolutely. Okay, so with this, we will conclude this conversation. I would like to deeply thank all the family members who took the time to share their experiences and their perspectives with us. And thank you again, all of you reporters, for doing your important job in telling the world exactly what is going on here. This means the world to us. So really deeply thank you on the behalf of all the family forum. I would like to say again that we put in the chat the link to our WhatsApp group of the official updates where you can keep yourself updated with everything that is initiated by the headquarters. Also, the link to this recording of this conversation will be uploaded there. We will have another conversation in the same format, but with different families at 2:30 Israel time, which is in 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. So those of you who would like to join that too, you're most welcome. Again, thank you everyone for joining us. We're all hoping for good news and to bring them back home soon, alive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
purpose of us doing that is to promote their coming back here as soon as possible, not to mention now, alive and well. So we're trusting you to carry this message to this world. And yeah, we will begin. I will also mention just before I hand Noam the microphone that this conversation is recorded, and we will send you the WhatsApp link to the update group where we are publishing it. So you're more than welcome to use this recording afterwards. And we also ask you kindly to send us the links of the publications. I will write you my phone number to which you can send this link. And this is it. Thank you again all for joining us. And once again, I will ask you to please open your cameras. It does make a very big difference for all of us. We're here on the human level. We're sharing very deep emotions and stories, and it's important that we do it to faces. So thank you for the cooperation and thank you for being here. The first person to speak today is Noam Malone. He is the boyfriend of Inbar Hyman that was abducted from the party, from the rave of Nova in Re'im. Please, Noam, tell us your story.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here to hear our stories. I will show you first a picture of Inbar and me, just to see her face before we start. Inbar, she's 27 years old, the best person that I know. She's funny and clever and sensitive and talented. We are both students for graphic design and art in Haifa. We were supposed to begin the last year of the degree, actually 1 week after the music festival, which of course it didn't happen. Inbar went to the party, to the Nova, in like one night before October 7th. She go on Friday evening. She was there as a caregiver, as a volunteer, to make sure that everybody is doing well. There is a volunteer staff in this kind of festival, so she was one of them. When I woke up in October 7th, a friend called me in 10 a.m. He asked me if I heard about the news, that there is a terror attack, and of course I had no clue. I looked online, I saw there is a terror attack from Gaza. In one of the articles, there was a video of hundreds of people running for their lives in a field, and it wasn't obvious. It wasn't clear what is going on. It was chaos at that moment. And I know that Inbar was supposed to be in a party. I didn't know that it's in Re'im. I know she was supposed to be in the Nova, and I tried to call her and she didn't answer, and I become a bit stressed and tried to call again and send her a message, and she didn't reply, unfortunately. And I called one of her friends, and he told me that he didn't spoke with her, but he know that Inbar, that a party that is under attack is the Nova. And when he said the name Nova, I knew that she's there, and I was very scary. And like then following day was a nightmare. Like we didn't have a clue what's going on with her and with her friends and with everybody there. And I think like all of October 7th, all of this Saturday, we thought perhaps she's still hiding, perhaps she was murdered. Like the option that she was kidnapped wasn't like my first guess, but in the next day, like there was so many videos, propaganda videos from Hamas showing kidnapping and executions and horrible stuff that I'm sure you all heard about. And in one of those videos, I didn't watch it personally. My parents watched it and friends, and like they describe everything. Inbar is seen there, taken, dragged by 4 terrorists. We know from the video it's not easy to watch. That's why I didn't watch it. But they blur their face, they put an emoji on her face, but we can still recognize her, identify through her clothes. So we definitely know that it's her. We know that she is alive. We know that there is a chance that she was injured, but we cannot know how bad, but we do believe that she is alive. And yeah, since then, like, we understood that she was kidnapped. There was also one testimonial from two Israelis that were in the moment that she was kidnapped. They managed to escape, but they saw her taken. They described her that she ran with them for kilometers together. They saw like so many horrors there and dead bodies, and in some point she couldn't run anymore. The terrorists chased after them, and she froze and she started to cry, and they described that she was taken by the terrorists without any resist. They took her on a motorbike, and later on, like, we don't know how much time later the video was taken, but we saw it on Sunday, and therefore we know that she was kidnapped. And you know, these 50 days are the worst days in my life, in Bar Spence's life. For anyone who know in Bar, it's a disaster. We just want to see her with us again, to hug her. It's I cannot imagine what she's been through in October 7 in the next following 50 days. It's really, I cannot sleep. And, you know, every moment since then, I'm trying to do everything to bring her back. If it's by the march that we made, and we are sleeping in the tents in front of the military base nearly for 1 month, I think now. And we are giving interviews and doing everything we can. It's important to me to speak about Inbar as a person, as a girlfriend, as a friend, as an artist. She's an amazing person. Like, I'm sure that no one is deserved to happen this nightmare, but I care so much about her, and I'm so worried for her, and I think about what she might been through while we are speaking, and it's scary. It's really scary. I just want to see her back as soon as possible. We see the deal now, but we also know that the chances that in the next days we see women and men from the music festival will be freed are not so high. And I'm glad for each person that returned to his family. All the families should be united, and all the hostages will be freed today. We cannot wait any longer. So I'm glad to see families. I always, like in the last month, I get to know so many of the families of the hostages, and now a friend of mine that his grandmother Yafa Adar was kidnapped. She's free now, and I'm so happy for him and for her and for all of their family. It's really, it's only there are not a lot of moments when we can smile, and to see her back with her grandson, it's something special. And I want to have the same with Inbar. I want every family to have the same. So we are glad for every hostage that was got freed, but we are expecting to see everyone freed. We want that our government to do everything to continue the deal, and we hope that the efforts of the US and the international community will make it work, that we will see the deal goes on and on and on till everyone will be freed in any price. That's what must happen now, that the deal will continue, and we will see more and more families will return to their loved one. There is any questions or more things should be talked about?
Let's first of all, thank you very much, Noam. The questions will be afterwards. You really can't get used to those stories, and thank you very much for sharing this with us. Before we move on to Moran, I would like to ask everyone who's participating in this conversation to please turn on your cameras. We would like to see your faces. It's important to us. Please turn them on. Doesn't matter if you're in your car or what situation you're at. Okay, turn it on. We want to see your faces. Thank you. We appreciate it, and we appreciate you being here very much. So the next, thank you again, Noam. The next person to speak would be Moran Tayal, whose nephew Yegev and his wife Rimon were abducted from Nirim, Kibbutz Nirim. Please, Moran, go ahead.
First, thank you for giving us this platform to tell our beloved one story. It's very important to us that it will never become numbers and will never stay as names and numbers, but that each one of you and all the civilians of the world, the citizens of the world, will know the stories and the personalities behind the numbers and behind the names. They are actually or literally buried alive in some tunnel out there in Gaza. Nobody's seen them, nobody knows them, nobody know anything, while we hopefully not, but you know, on that Saturday, on October 7th, it was literally the terrorists enter and they literally act as, you know, crime against humanity. They went, in our stories, they went into Kibbutz Nirim, where Yegev and Rimon are living as a young couple, 2 years of marriage, with their dogs, with their cats. Two young people that all their ambition in this world is to bring peace, to bring the people to love one each other, bring people to love pets, wounded and abandoned animals, to live quietly and peacefully. And this is their only ambition. On that Saturday, our life stopped. All the family stopped living. I'm the aunt of Yegev, and Rimon, his wife. And since then, the family can't sleep, the family can't eat. The parents are running all the time to be active, to never quit, you know, never stop walking or running or interviewing or traveling, in order to never have time to think. When I'm telling the mother of Yegev, sit a bit, just relax a bit, she's telling me, but I can't, because if I will sit for a minute, I will die, because the thoughts, the movies that will run in my head, I can't live with that. So I'm running, I'm not eating, I'm not sleeping, and I'm active, and she's active all the time in order to bring her son and his wife back home. On that Saturday morning, at 6 o'clock in the morning, 6:30 in the morning, there were the red signal alarm in Kibbutz Nirim, as well as in 22 other kibbutzes and cities in the south of Israel. All my family went into their shelter, their safe room. And then we text them. I'm living in the center of Israel, and we text them if everything is okay. And they said, yes, it's okay. But after 20 minutes or even 10 minutes, they wrote us back. It's not the same. There are something very, very bad going on inside the kibbutz. We hear light gunshot, not the missile, the regular missiles that they used to have 20 years now from Gaza. And then we start texting, and all the time they said, yes, there are terrorists around their house. The parents, the grandmother, and also Yegev and Rimon said that. They even posted it on the Facebook. And then these messages continue and continue, but the last one was 8:30 in the morning, when Rimon sent a voice memo to her mom saying they are here, meaning the terrorists from the Hamas, from ISIS, are here next to our house. They are shooting at us. I'm afraid. I'm sorry that I can't protect you. Her mom living in the next kibbutz, Magen, and saying in the end, I love you. And that was the last time we heard from Yegev and Rimon. However, 8 or 9 hours later, when the army and the parents went, the army took over of the kibbutz, and the parents and the army went to see, and the IDF went to see the flat of Yagev and Rimon. They saw that there were shooting signs on the floor, not on the wall, and there were signs of struggle, and the windows are broken, but there were no sign of them murdered. And this and the sign that they shot on the floor said that they wanted to scare them, but not to kill them. So it meant for us, we assumed then that they were kidnapped, but they are alive. And about 3 weeks ago, we had the sign that approved our assumptions. While Rimon were on the movie, the last video that the Hamas, I don't know if it's the last, but the second video that the Hamas released were 3 women. One, I'm very happy for her, that released yesterday. There was one woman on the middle, and Rimon was on the left side. And for us, it approved. The only thing I can say about that that video is that Rimon and Yagev were kidnapped alive, and they are alive, and we are urging all over the world, we are traveling. We are taking interviews. We are meeting important people and influential and artists and businessmen and whoever can help us to bring them back home. I just want to add another thing, and it's, it's been 50 days since they were kidnapped. And in that 50 days, all the families are traveling, talking, interviewing, whatever it needs to do. And in any interview we are taking, wherever we are in the world, we are asking everybody to make some influence and pressure on the Red Cross or other international organization to enter inside and to force the Hamas, Iran, Qatar, I don't know, all those who are in discussion with the terrorists, to let them see if they are okay, if they are getting at least basic condition, if they are getting their medication, if they are, alive. And I feel really, really bad, sometimes even angry, about all these powerful people, women and men, international organizations, governments around the world, that with all this power are not succeeding to bring the Red Cross or other international organization to see our beloved one that have no rights whatsoever. Nobody knows anything about them. So imagine, you know, each person can imagine, what if it was your son, your wife, your girlfriend, your friends, your, I don't know, mother, doesn't matter, father. It can't continue being like that. So for me, there is nothing to say about political issue, if the war is good or not, if you love Israel or you don't. The only issue is to be human. And the issue of hostages, it's an issue of humanitarian aid and not political. So wherever in the world they are talking about giving humanitarian aid to citizens or to people in Gaza, how come they are not talking about giving humanitarian aid to our hostages? How come? I have friends all over the world. And I'm asking them, how come you are not protesting against your government in order to bring somebody to see that they have the basic human rights? And I'm not saying other citizens of the world don't have to get the human rights, but it's not okay and it's not fine to talk about other people humanitarian human rights and not about our beloved one. They are human beings. It's not about Jewish. It's not about Israel. It's not about Philippines or Nepalian or Thai. It's about human being. And I also, just to finalize, I wish to thank you really for letting us this platform today and every day in the last 50 days. It's really, really important to us. When I'm angry, I'm not angry at you. I'm angry, you know, I'm frustrating at how the world behaves. But thank you a lot for giving us this opportunity. And I'm thanking all the governments that do help us, and to bring them back home. And I urge you and I urge the people in your countries to be active, to demand the Red Cross to go in, to demand important and influential people from the showbiz or business or whatever, to make pressure on their government in order to release the hostages, all of them. Because what happened here, this is not human. This is nothing to do with religion. You can be Muslim, you can be Christian, you can be Jewish, you can be whatever you like. But in the end, of the basic thing about, with everybody, in any religion in the world, is to be human. And what happened on that Saturday is nothing to do with humanity. Please help us. Please be active. Please call for action in your country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Moran, for your strong words. I would like to let Alexandra Friedman take the lead. Please, Alexandra.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexandra Friedman. This is a pure coin. I don't know if you can see her well. Her sister-in-law. I'm here to present her and her partner, Alexander, and all his family. You can see there. His mom, his grandmother. So Sapir and Alexander, they live in Tel Aviv. Alexander has a family in near Oz. It was the Jewish holiday, Sukkot, the last day of Sukkot, and they decided to go to his parents, to his grandmother, to celebrate it. So they were there on October 10th, and unfortunately, terrorists kidnapped Sapir, Alexander, his mother and his grandmother, and they killed his father. I have a video of a kidnap of Sapir. It's a hard-watch video. heartbreaking to see how two terrorists are taking her on a motorbike and bringing her into Gaza. And you can see a lot of civilians there helping them and taking pictures of and videos of it, punching some pier on the way where they were going, punching her, throwing things towards her. So we have a proof that she's in Gaza, but we don't have the proof of how did she end up with her journey. It was a very cruel journey, and then Hamas published a video of 3 women speaking. One of them was Yelena, Alexander's mother, so it's another proof that she's there. Also, Yelena told to one of the women who got to escape that Hamas took the whole family, and we don't know if they're still alive. We don't know if they're well. We don't know if they get their medicine. Well, actually, I do know that they don't get, because I was in Canada, and there was a delegation, Israeli delegation to Canada. And we met with the Prime Minister, we met with some politicians. We also met with the Red Cross, and the Red Cross said that they don't have access to the hostages. There are so many doctors from the Red Cross and their staff in Gaza, but Hamas don't let them touch the hostages. They don't know where the hostages. We sent a letter to the Red Cross during first days with the list of all the medicine, because there are so many old people, so many people with, like asthma, stuff like that they have to take their medicine every day. And I know that they don't get it. I also know that we don't have any official lists from Hamas of people that they held. We don't know who is alive. We don't know who is dead. We don't know anything, absolutely anything since October 7th. Don't know anything about our families. I just know that Sapir went through a terrible journey, and she's going through, she and Sasha and everyone is going through very rough time being there, probably in tunnels. I don't know how are they treated. I don't know what's going on with them. And I feel like every minute they spend there can be critical, because we already have some news about another hostages that are killed by Hamas. And I really ask from the whole world, from you, to tell everyone our stories and to help us bring everyone home. We want everyone home, absolutely everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. So before we move on to the second part of this conversation, in which we will allow questions, and as I said, if you have any question, please raise your hand, and you will be answered by the order. And please, I will say that this conversation is recorded, and we will put on the general chat the link to the WhatsApp group that you can join of the official updates, and that's where we're going to update, or that's where we're going to upload this conversation, and also update you with anything else that has to do with the Hostages Forum initiatives. And please, if you haven't done so, please open your camera. So the first question will be by Miss Inga Rog. Thank you very much.
Sorry, please just say to whom the question goes to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Inga, working for Swiss newspaper or weekly, NZZ on Sunday. My first question goes to Noam. Hello, Noam.
Hi, Inga. We spoke before, I remember.
Yes, we did. Good to see you again. Noam, You said you heard, you got signs that Inbar is alive. Did you get these through the hostages who have been released yesterday?
No.
Or are there other messages you got?
No, the only sign that we have that Inbar was alive in October 7th from the video and from the testimonial of the two Israelis that was managed to tell us, that survived and tell us. She was kidnapped without any harm. In the video, perhaps she is injured, but it seems that she is alive, that the terrorists are also saying that she is alive. So from that, we learned that she got into Gaza alive. And since we didn't hear nothing about it, it's sad to say, but for so many, their bodies were found in the Israeli territory inside Gaza, in Shifa hospital, in Bar. She's not one of them. Therefore, we assuming that she's alive, that all the hostages that are not dead are basically alive. Therefore, we believe that she's alive. We believe that all the hostages that are not dead are alive.
Thank you. And thank you, Noam. Would you allow me a second question to Moran?
Please.
Moran, you said you are very angry at all these powerful people that they, until now, haven't been able to force Hamas to let the ICRC in. My question is, are you also angry at the ICRC?
Well, I just need to know this initiative.
The ICRC, apologies.
The Red Cross.
The Red Cross, the International Committee of Red Cross.
Yeah. I thought, but because my
apologies.
Cross, yes, I think although many influential academic professional in Israel wrote a letter to the president of the Red Cross, the international, the world president, and she gave a very detailed answer that they are doing as much as they can, but first all the time she said about both sides, which is okay, but how come you allowing yourself to get into one side, but you are not forcing them to go to the other side? So I believe in equality, I believe in equity, I believe in fairness, and I believe in humanity. So this is for me not enough. Even if they are doing whatever they can, at least what they say, this is not enough, because yesterday they were in Gaza, but they haven't seen the other hostages because somebody is not allowing. But the somebody, when somebody else, from another country, talked with them about Thai people, which I'm extremely happy for them. They are amazing people, those employees. And I'm very happy for them, of course, and their family. But see, suddenly there is a possibility to release. So I'm not talking about releasing. Of course, I'm not expecting Iran to interfere for us, to be involved for us. But I do expect all the powerful country in the world to say to the Red Cross, if you are not going there, we are not supporting you anymore. This is my expectation. And I'm only talking on behalf of myself, I have to say. I'm not talking on behalf of the country or anybody else except of my own opinion. Okay, so I hope it's answering your question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Moran.
Thank you, Inga. Thank you, Moran. If anyone else has questions, this is your time to raise your hand. Otherwise, we will conclude this conversation. And again, I would like to thank you all for attending and for bringing the messages of everyone who have their loved ones in captivity. This is really a life mission, and this is really saving lives. As we can see by the latest developments, it's the world pressure that is moving things, and the key is in your hands to help us continue this pressure. And we really value your work with us. And I would like you to know that we in the Foreign Press Media are always here to help you.
What kind of vehicles are they? Just as other.
A Ford Fusion and a Nissan Murano.
Units on route to 4210 West Morris Street. Complainant advised the front entrance off Morris Street is best entry.
337 up front.
Southeast Street 11. 2 cars that convert to secure location. 1438 Laurel Street. 330, almost there, but your best bet is to go around the entrance where the little barns are, and you can get back there and cut them.
345, 10-8, clear, southeastern lane. Reverting, southeastern Arlington.
345 and 330 at 2132. The caller is hearing a loud crashing noise outside the back door.
339, we're done. Appreciate it, though. I'm clear, thank you. You're welcome.
352, can you check an incomplete call on 52? There's no disturbance, no internal callbacks.
Different. Baker 3, control.
2132. Go ahead.
Can I have the wagon and Ozzy for one adult male to the CJC, please?
10-4.
Blue.
David 339, what was your traffic?
221, you can disregard. I was letting 321 know that I was coming up in front of them. I'm glad it's best close out.
12, 342. 342. Just for information, there's a semi truck that's stalled at Southeastern Arlington. I've already checked on them, and they're waiting on their company to come and tow it. But if it becomes a hazard, I'll go ahead and start a record for it when that time comes. I'm clear.
Dr. can you find if there's a time delay on this, what they're seeing on camera? 321, control. 321.
I'll have to call back. It's not listed in the run.
Can you dispatch the theft that was, or the robbery that was typed up as a theft? Available car for a theft or a robbery report, B63, 71st and Benford.
Units on route to 4210 West Morris Street. Complainant / business owner on route in red. Chevy Duramax ETA 40 minutes.
2134.
I'll say voicemail on callback when asking for time delay. 227. Can you get Carla's birthday? I'm going to try to look it up from there. I can't find it in the registry. I don't think we're getting that. Yeah.
339. Did you guys make this side?
Right.
No, we're trying to make our way around to the other side. It's all fenced in, so come to the front. Where's that not Ricky?
There's a 10-second time delay for video footage. January 16th, 87.
Complainant no longer has visual due to suspect being in blind spot.
We're not locating anyone.
Control food rates on scene at the Speedway.
Control, Power 13, can you copy a plate?
2137.
Go ahead, plate.
Me, God plate, Charles, Edward, Adam, 287.
Negative expired on a Hyundai Elantra to a Mike, the last name I can't pronounce. Units on 4210 West Morris Street. Component states the white truck suspect was underneath. The flashlight is large enough for the suspect to hide underneath.
Can you call Garner's for me and let them know the record for a gray Hyundai Elantra? My location.
Control, the lot's full of white trucks. Can you be more specific?
Attention officers unit 1438 Laurel Street. Request to cancel for callback. Caller discovered it was a gate in the back banging.
Both cars are clear, thank you.
That's all I have in regards to the vehicle and a description.
2138.
Okay.
Officer 52 late shift call for Mary Drive, Millbury, Mill. David 25 minutes 2138. B52 331 356 331 356 a domestic 4345 Southport Crossing Way at the Motel 6 room 326 at 2139. Daughter's calling in reference to her mom and her girlfriend arguing. No injuries or weapons. Mother told to disregard the call, but the female complainant was insistent on you guys coming out.
Control 254.
Go ahead. 659, can you check an incomplete call 6065E16? They won't answer me on callbacks. There's no disturbance.
Can you mark me out at roll call and start the entire truck?
1, secure location, 1602 East Kelly.
Send it.
1039.
1, Adam 347 364, business alarm 5703 East 86th Street.
Front, driver. 347.
Do you have the tire size?
2139. Caller advised me she came home to all of her lights being off when she turned her
364.
2148.
turned her vehicle, one of the lights came on. She's going to be waiting in a silver Toyota Corolla.
Clear.
Control figure 8. This is going to be a confirmed armed robbery with no injury.
Clear.
Control, which terminal are you at?
Well, I'm at 20, but
Are you guys switched now?
control operator will be back momentarily. She's at 15, and then for late shift, you'll have Tom at 20.
I'm clear, thank you.
Sorry, not trying to make it hard.
220, 326. Go ahead. Do you guys want release up there?
Control 53 South. We put out on traffic. Southport Sherman, Arizona plate, Adam Lincoln 62641. Gonna let you off.
Or I can go if you're not there yet.
What's your location?
We're alright. Thank you, though. Southport and Sherman.
Control 227 traffic.
Do you need another car?
Frank 227.
2142.
65 South, mile marker 104 over 6. Illinois plate, David Adam 49341.
Control Southport 33.
234 is with him.
1090 address?
6901 Derbyshire.
2143.
Control Beach 23.
Go ahead.
Late shift in service.
Frank 234, Frank 227, 2143.
Clear Beach late shift in service, 2143.
Don't take early cars. Report to the precinct. Advise your pull in, see if you will be late or if you need to be left time on.
Susan 1 radio.
Go ahead, one.
I'll be 16G out. Have a good night.
2512. Start me at 71 cash over at 32 Forsyth Street.
Copy 16G out. Have a great night.
Another one, how's it pending? Everything's kind of radio.
Go ahead. 11 and the pending, 2 priority 2s.
I'm out for the 45 at home.
Radio to engine 24, medic 1. Start for gate A Alpha 27. Again, gate A Alpha 27, ramp level. ALS call. Time out 2143.
1723, copy
792, copy a call. 792, you responding to 600 Martin Place Southeast, apartment I, 2, gate code 375. Again at 600 Martin Place Southeast, apartment I2, gate code 375. And reference to a chest pain.
5423 area.
Okay. I'm in the area.
Back one. 3696 road. Back one around.
Radio is in 3301.
3696 disregards.
Go ahead. Did you make contact with the caller at 1641 Southern?
214 radio.
Go ahead, 104.
3596 road.
Negative. I called multiple times. I'm outside. Ring the doorbell. No answer. I copy.
104 radio. Hold me on a 54 vehicle over here at Gordon Terrace and MLK. It's going to be a gray Infiniti G37.
7107, copy a call. 7107. You're responding to 398 14th Street Northwest. 398 14th Street Northwest. In the parking lot of Saltway. It was a person that hurt themselves on a scooter.
Mayor 1, I copy in Route 2144. You're going to respond to Gate A Alpha 27. Again, Gate A Alpha 27 on the ramp level at the healthcare center office. Again, ramp level at the health center office. Got a male agent cut the tip of his finger off. Unknown how it actually happened. And advise it's going to be an injury, not ALS. Again, it's an injury, not ALS. 2144.
All zone 5, watch early 15G out, and we're pulling very late. Zone 5, 15G out, advise you're pulling very late. 96 radio.
Showing you at Gordon Terrace at MLK on the Grand Infinity, G37 on S4.
107 clear, starting from Camel Central left.
Go ahead.
EMS 3 communication. Did you advise this is not an ALS call?
31 B. Call 9, hold me out with 4. 916, call the early car assist.
Holding you out with 4. 31 B anchor.
They're changing it from an ALS to a injury. Again, they're changing it to from an ALS to an injury.
Even watch early cars, 16G out, advise your pull-ins, so if you're going to be late, 2144 hours.
Please, so you can counsel med 1 and have the unit responding to advise.
33.
95, you call the early cars.
7 radio.
Go ahead.
The other cars?
3501 radio. 3501.
We're pulling that 41, 17, 23.
3601 radio. 17130, still to be signed on.
Go ahead, 9. All zone 4, evening watch early cars, 16G out, advise your pull-ins, and if you'll be late. Zone 4, evening watch early cars, 16G out, advise your pull-ins, and if you'll be late.
MP44 pick that call.
Zone 1 north car, 16G out, advise you late. Zone 1, evening watch early cars, 16G out, advise your pull-ins, if you need to be late.
A-firm radio, keep me signed on.
This last call will be a 17. Show me a route 15G. Keep me signed in, please. 39.
No, don't be late.
Proceed.
609, you can put the same code 9. Show me 16G out. Have a good night.
3105 radio.
Copy code 17, around 60G.
Go ahead, 105.
3211 radio.
Copy code 9, 16G out. Have a good night.
Leave you side on.
You gonna be late.
Go ahead.
44, I copy. Engine 32, engine 24, you can cancel. Engine 24, you can cancel. Cancel back in on 44. This thing's gonna be late. 505 radio.
Last unit.
3612 to radio. Includes male, female, and uncollaborative. Show me 16, yeah, have a good night.
Go ahead, 12.
6 and 12, I'll be 16G, have a good night.
3505. Proceed.
Okay. 409, 411, 430. Copy code 9, copy 11G. I copy you guys are going to be late. Go ahead, 5.
3202, check on y'all.
I'll be 16G, have a great night, man.
16G out, have a great night. Bye-bye.
Copy 12, never located anything. Have a great night.
Okay, you still welcome to the department.
Proceed.
3100.
Go 9. 95, go ahead.
39, we're clear, thank you. 01 radio.
I have no available. Everybody's on time.
Go ahead.
I copy 39, so no victim, no case, no one hurt anything. Be safe, have a great evening. I'll leave you my goodness a little bit.
13 radio.
Go ahead.
3414 radio.
Copy.
14, go ahead.
3414, I just spoke with one of the security officers, and they advised they didn't see anything going on around. I'm going to go ahead and pull in 39. Go talk to you.
39 radio. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, 3.
You spoke to the security. They advised nothing was going on. 39 code 12.
Can you give me,
Engine 23. Receive.
3511 radio.
3511.
This is going. Send my phone.
3 copy.
at 23
Copy 1723. 16G out. Have a great night. 3511.
1727 radio.
1727.
I had a walk-in on the 25 and Linkford and Sherwood.
Can you please raise the supervisor on 2, please?
3511. Did you have additional traffic?
Actually, it's on the I-25.
Radio to MP44. Can you re-advise the location?
3797. Switch over to.
Received.
26 Parker Road, 2360 Parker Road.
3104 radio.
Go ahead, 104.
107. Copy.
Copy 1 hour starting at 85. Supervisor, copy 2.
95, I copy 2. 10-4.
Video rating 3602.
Atlanta 107 to channel 1.
2.
Unit 37 is zone 5.
Unit 37.
Today's evening watch, supervisor.
3596, right?
3414, checking on you.
Key copy number for 20. Atlanta 107, clear back to service.
3413, disregard.
05 to radio. What's the ETA on my 85 for these 2 vehicles?
Still my freeze here.
3511 radio.
3511.
Alright, disregard that. You can show me 16G out.
Copy. Radio rating 3414. Go ahead and start for a dispute with weapons. It's going to be 3480 Welcome I Road Southwest. 3480 Welcome I Road Southwest in the lobby.
3414, my copy. Radio, show MP44 on the scene of Alpha 27. Will advise you made patient contact.
44, I got. I'll show you out on scene 2149.
Engine 35 clear with patient refusal.
Thank you. Caller stated the male has a 69 gun, threatened her with it. It's going to be a black male, unknown clothing, about 6'2", has an afro. His name is Curtis King. The female caller is a black female wearing a green vest. She's going to be inside the office.
506, one detained.
3506, one detained, 2150.
92,
Man, 3 back on airport property in service.
Yeah, I copy back on airport property 2150. Show you back in service. Last score 0700 0700.
Operator 7214, sign on the zone 6, 2150. Radio rating 3592.
3596, we have 92. What do you need?
Go ahead.
96, Q copy a number. 96, I'll be code 9 on 57 Hardwick.
Copy code 9.
Give me a second, I got one detained in front of you right now. I actually am detaining him, so just a second. MP44, patient contact.
Go ahead.
44, I got patient contact 2151.
16. 3604 the radio. Okay.
3604, go ahead.
Show one shell case and recovered.
303, ready my side.
Copy 1 shell case and recovered 2151. 1657.
Copy, show just started. Airport communication at MP44. Here for transport unit. 93.
Operator 7214, sign on the zone 1, 2152.
Yeah, go ahead.
MP44, go ahead.
a 404-788-8111.
EMS Communications, MP44 is requesting a transport unit.
Recently, we have Medic 1 currently en route. Again, we have Medic 1 currently en route.
May want to receive where right now.
13 Northwest, 1314.
3208 radio.
328, go ahead. He's at a disregard.
Radio, I'm 26, are you? I don't see anybody. Are you really going to do a call back?
No, you're going to get my custody. I got to stand by.
3612 radio.
Yeah. 12, go ahead.
I'm clear from the 11G.
09 to 12. 16G, down. I'm on the. Thanks for this.
Hi, stand by. 3 reason Inland 95, copy a new call. 1314 Bernard Street, Southwest. 1314 Bernard Street, Northwest.
Can I also get the last word that case on?
961, 1.949.
5 clear.
Last word is 1336, 1336.
Copy. Car for auto accident, 1800 Memorial Drive Southeast, 1800 Memorial Drive Southeast.
Copy.
Engine 29, response to 760, Sidney Marcus Boulevard Northeast, Unit 812. Engine 29, response to 760, Sidney Marcus Boulevard Northeast, Unit 812. On an ambulance assist, time is 21:54. It's going to be at the Arbors of East Atlanta. There is a gate code provided if you have an MDT. It's going to be a blue Honda CRV, unknown second vehicle.
Radio reason 1501.
1.
8 till advise less than 10 minutes.
5 copies.
3607 radio.
Go ahead, 7.
Reason 3208.
Yeah, go for it.
You could change this to a 39 on the 51 and pull it in code 17. It's going to be the same caller for 3209's call.
Copy 39 on the 51, pull it in code 17. Go ahead, 6.
Copy. Yes, you can call to understand.
26 at Grady. You can sign me out on the MDT. I'm gonna be at Grady for the remainder.
Copy Grady at the remainder. Copy OC.
3209 radio.
Go ahead.
I can pull this in 17, please.
Copy 17. You still need to be signed on?
No.
Receive.
Go forward to radio.
Resident 3208.
Go ahead.
You're a supervisor for 2.
No problem. 1501 radio.
1501.
Radio is supervisor for 2. Radio is a supervisor for surveillance.
3696, I copy 2.
I need to enter the apartment 1212 970
Yes, ma'am. The driver of the at-fault vehicle, he said that they're going to call their own tow truck, so you can go ahead and cancel the B4. I'm sorry, cancel the 85.
Copy code 4, ATO. Calls advising this happened on November 16th. A package was stolen from the caller's front door. A code is going to be 666. Lennox Villa Condos.
Greater Atlanta 100. Copy your call 2429 MLK Junior Boulevard Southwest. 2429 MLK Junior Boulevard Southwest. For the breathing problem.
Hey, I call.
100 clear.
Airport communication to 3703, 3709.
703.
3204 radio. Go ahead.
9 good.
We found the apartment unit. Do you have any updates for the call?
Negative. 3703, 3709. Response to gate A6, Alpha 6 for a white male wearing white Adidas being aggressive and throwing things in the gatehouse.
I copy. Was this a panic?
That's on the alarm.
703, I copy. Madam, can you give me the last 4 to this call?
8084, 8084.
We're ready to go. Listen,
Copy 73.
1503, code 9. I'll be around 16G as well.
1503, code 9, you're out to 60G.
34 radio.
3602, 126.
Investigator Glenn 2, Lieutenant Fluella. Go ahead, Glenn.
Go ahead and clarify.
Stand by 420.
I copy.
Hey, 158.
36 over
Okay.
I'm 26. Can you give me a gate code?
080.
Radio reason unit that can clear start for a party to dispute at 55 Maple Street Northwest. We have a working dispute at 55 Maple Street Northwest, apartment 174. Copy, negative response, 2159. Go ahead.
Paramedic Engine 20 on 415 Armor Drive, East Crosser, Plasmore Drive, Unit 5502.
Can you start me the CAD for 39 at the precinct and provide me with the last four and put in code 12?
Copy.
3112, radio.
Copy.
39 is going to be code 12. I'm not too far from that signal 43. I can pick that up.
Truck 16, response to 992 Parsons Street, Southwest cross of Peoples Street.
39, K number 23 3301401.
Truck 16, response to 992 Parsons Street, Southwest cross of Peoples Street. Carbon monoxide alarm going off. Time is 2200.
Med 1 finishing contact.
Med 1 cop face contact 2200.
Could be a black male, blue jacket, black jeans. Grady has been notified.
Truck 16, I'm Rob.
17 radio.
Receiving Rob. Go ahead, sir.
area. 26 at 16G, and the mileage 122719.
91 clear and route from 20 and late 3.
122719, 2200.
3797 the radio.
3797.
3112, show me those one.
Can you see if maintenance can repair escalator Edward 4 Baker UP on E-Concourse leading down to the train level? There's only one escalator working. There's only one going up and the rest are broke.
Copy. I'll reach out to agents. Operator 7571, sign back on 2202. Operator 7214, sign on the zone 4 at 2202. Radio reason any units that can clear, copy of 6R 892 Piedmont Avenue, 892 Piedmont Avenue Northeast. We got 6R.
34 radio.
Yeah.
You can cancel code 4 fire. We made contact with one of the residents. Everything seems to be okay, but we're talking to him right now.
703 to radio. You can show me coming up 26.
Hi, copy. I'll show you at 26. 74.
3310 radio.
Go ahead. 74, go ahead.
Route the YDC, one black male on board, starting mile 094469.
74, 83. 79419. Second one, so there's going to be apartment Ida 3. It's for a 22-year-old black male wearing a blue jacket, black jeans. Paramedic 15, response to 1827 Rockbridge Place,
northeast, crosswalk Spring Road. We don't have a name for him, but the caller's name was Kimberly.
I am headed to headquarters.
Copy.
Paramedic Engine 15, response to 1827, Rock Bridge, northeast, crosswalk Springs Road, all outside tire.
D1 Black Male and route to headquarters, starting out 803. Atlanta 107, copy your new call. 1784 Campbellton Road Southwest. 1784 Campbellton Road Southwest.
107 clear from Campbellton to left.
208 Road 26.
Okay.
73 X-ray radar. 95 guys. 855 Peachtree. That's a 06.
785. Greater Reason Fulton 13, copy your new call. 2850 Springdale Road Southwest. 2850 Springdale Road Southwest. 785 26 off. One at 812 Myrtle Street. And another.
Atlanta 107 is channel 1.
Go ahead.
Did you tell me,
Radio to Engine 24. Engine 24 start for the North Martyr Station on the platform. Again, North Martyr Station on the platform. Injury call, Route 2206.
Traffic? For Campbellton Road Southwest.
I'm clear. 1784 Campbellton Road. You advise we're having cat issues, I guess. Nothing came through.
So far, I can give you a full verbal. Your address again is 1784 Campbellton Road Southwest. On to be a co-worker to a sick person. And that is a house.
107 clear. 1784 Campbellton Road. En route.
3112. You got a black male, alert, conscious, and breathing, 22 years of age, suffer from mental illness. If you can tell Grady they can come in. He's not violent.
22-year-old black male ACB. I copy he's non-violent.
Atlanta 53. Repeat. Copy, go ahead. 53 from Piedmont.
Checking 3.
Radio 3112. It's still tender Grady.
Engine 24 around. I copy. The most pair says they don't need police.
Airport communication is 703.
They just need an ambulance. That's it. 11-6. 314, yeah.
11-6.
I copy.
Go ahead.
Call me at Midtown Avenue, 55 Peachtree 0630.
Engine 24, I copy in Route 2207. Going to be responding to North Martyr Station. Again, North Martyr Station on the platform. Got a male passenger advised he popped his hip out of place. Needs help getting from the platform off the train. Again, popped his hip out of place. Going to be located on the platform on train level 2208.
Copy, exit job 850 Peachtree, Midtown Blue 30.
The police in code 12. They decided to settle it amongst themselves. You can show me 26 on the 54 at 2091 Metro.
Cover.
209 already.
Go ahead, 109.
Correction, 2091. 7577.
I get the last four of the case number for 2931 Middleton Road, please.
Radio 7613.
Engine 24, 2 minutes. That's going to be the morning train or the night train?
75, go ahead.
Advise Martyr train. Again, the Martyr train.
13.
Did you guys make contact? We're receiving an update that they're not even at the scene. I copied the 45 at 50 West Peach. Greater than 84. Copy a new call from 213 Silver Road Northwest. 213 Silver Road.
Is that for 2931 Middleton or 3042 Middleton?
1700 Monroe Drive.
That was 3042 Middleton. Which address on Middleton do you need?
Copy 17.
For your reason 7577 X-ray.
2931 Middleton. 89 there.
7577 X-ray, go ahead.
That's 0822.
I say firm. Can I get the last four for 111 Dogwood Drive, please?
I copy. It'll be 17 FIS, or 12 FIS.
Copy 12 FIS. That's 0964. Yeah. 3506.
Alright, quarters.
Quarters and 8012209. Radio reason 3595.
1691 radio.
Go ahead, 91.
Well, my sign on is 5428. Early cars should be pulling in service.
Radio 35.
I copy. 5428. Good morning. Copy remaining traffic.
Radio reason supervisor.
3596.
3596. Just be advised, for the second 6R we have on Piedmont, it's going to be code 4. The caller advised it was her boyfriend and PD is no longer needed.
96, I copy.
They're 709. Be advised, I got plane traffic. 706 206 radio.
Yeah, I got it.
Go ahead. Were you last time?
We're 706. Can you raise the primary unit that's out on the 51?
That call in, but it was not. She had what? 77 traffic? Firm starter.
7, is it any further on locating the victim or suspect? I copy. Did you put a 39 or how do we resolve?
4319 radio.
Hey, sir. 39 just hit.
584, you 10-4.
4319.
3506.
Radio reason 3506.
Check your cat.
Right now.
Radio reason 4319.
4322 to zone 3. Can you raise that unit out with?
6.
Yeah, I'm on scene. So what?
1103.
310 radio.
Go ahead.
10 miles at YDC 94473.
3944.
Well, you can show grade baseline 126.
Grade reason Atlanta 74. Copy your call. 50 Lower Alabama Street. 50 Lower Alabama Street, Brookville.
I have 651. 74 clear. 77. Someone queued up for you. That ain't Armstrong. That's not true.
77.
Okay, look, go ahead. It's going to be 11. Which one is a dispute in between two brothers?
Unit calling.
I've been holding for over an hour.
Radio is in 3797.
All right now.
Atlanta 77. You can show us available for reading.
Where's it?
Oh, I got
Clear 77.
3202 radio.
97. I also have a pending call at 81 right before the Rochester Assembly. We have a small white car broken down.
Go ahead.
That's 26.
Copy on site. 205, go ahead and copy this. Friday 2 alarm 2625 Piedmont, 11 code 4.
Radio is in 1705. Just advise when sharing route to the gate Dixie 3.
Man, for I've been route 2237. Going to the Martyr Station in the North Martyr Station on the platform. In 24 currently request for 2237.
Just tell me here.
I copy. Be advised, at the precinct, I don't have a vehicle yet.
Right, that's the front.
See. Last unit, go ahead.
1211, go for it. Get that call.
Where's it?
209, morning, sign on 6144. Show me around to Grady to relieve 3519.
619, minute, copy your sign on 614, and route to Grady, relieve 3519.
Quick to 2400 Hamilton Road, West Cross of Bent Creek Way. Apartment, Quebec 8. Quick 2, respond to 2400 Hamilton Road, Southwest, cross of Bent Creek Way. Unit Q, Quebec 8. Have a 59-year-old female, difficulty in breathing. Time is 2237.
I copy you was an 89 instead of a 39.
Okay. Creator reason Atlanta 7171, copy a call at 2400 Campbellton Road, Southwest, 2400 Campbellton Road, Southwest, Mount Harmony, apartment Q, Queen 8. It's going to be a code 1 for traumatic injury. It's going to be at Michael's. It's coming from the right rear door.
No, ma'am. 89 was before. If you can put in 412, and this is a 54. It's a bad vehicle over here. I believe a solicitor, and he went inside and left his vehicle outside.
I copy. Can you advise the model of the Lexus again?
601 should be pulled in. 603, 613, 605, 607, and I think that's it for the early cars.
Atlanta 86. It's on at 450H as in Harry.
P6.
Proceed.
We're having CAD issues. Can you show us the route?
Fire radio.
Go ahead, 1105. 1105, communication to paramedic engine 6. You responding? Paramedic engine 6. Are you responding?
You can call me on 8286, show me code 7, and show me doing the prisoner transport.
Radio 1501.
3607 radio.
1105, I copy. It'll be code 7. You're going to be handling the transport for 3107, the TG. Are you still going to be on traffic?
205 radio.
3607, go ahead.
So, email is 122-720.
And it's probably most likely the same vehicle. It was the 81.
605, go ahead.
You can sign me off. 16 year highway day.
122-720.
412 radio.
Copy. Can I get you a copy of 6R at 812 Myrtle, 82 Myrtle Street?
Copy 16G. I have a great night.
Radio, the 17, code 10, from the 16G. Have a good night.
412. Copy.
Well, copy.
83 Grady had a house in the shift.
Could you also sign off 3699? She's going to be 16G out.
I didn't.
I copy you, babe. Copy. Sign off 3699.
I'm clear 412.
Next door neighbor is advising that a male is inside the home walking around with a flashlight. They advise the home should be vacant.
1105, you route to Fulton or Grady detention with the subject?
Can I get another unit code 7 to start with 1501 to the 6 hour?
Boone County.
I copy.
Grady Reason Atlanta 7777, copy of post at University of Pryor.
1803, she could stand by. I'm waiting on keys.
1727, just confirming, is it a white vehicle?
Good tell you that copy.
One, I copy.
Next is I copy 6-hour. Legal remarks.
Radio is 1727.
47.
Is it a white vehicle?
Next door neighbor advised that they see an individual walking around the inside of the home with a flashlight. They're advising that the home should be vacant. Nothing further.
Lady by this blue Lexus.
1501, 1503.
I copy. That's not the same vehicle. We were advised it was a white car broken down.
I copy.
Yeah, 602.
No, ma'am, I'm talking about this car. I mean, a solicitor parked his vehicle over here, I believe, and there's a possible solicitor parked his vehicle and went inside Ellen door 1.
Proceed.
3602.
Checking on you, okay?
602, I'm good.
Let's see if you have a pull-in. Okay, you checking his eyes on the area for me?
It's gonna be 17. Change the signal to a 39.
Copy 17. Still change to a 39.
Radio is 3716.
16, go ahead.
Yeah, we're pulling for this 69 at the checkpoint.
I'm still on it, but it'll be a code 17. It'll be a 17.
Proceed.
3507.
Radio is 3705.
Engine 24, man 4.
Yeah, 3602.
Could you raise 3506 to S1?
Check out a... That wasn't on 5 and just was already downlocked. Just want to see if this vehicle is still out.
Can you meet us on the west curve? You can go to the med channel. Indeed. Going to the med.
602, copy, show me around.
Thank you.
3696 radio.
Clear.
3696. Can you call the evening watch late car 16G out?
Copy.
97, go ahead.
I'm inquiring, what do you need from 5?
That's affirmed.
Many evening watch units report to the precinct advise your pull-ins if you'll be late or if you to be left signed on. Remaining evening watch units report to the precinct advise your pull-ins if you'll be late or if you need to be left signed on.
Okay, which call?
It's on a 41 at South Terminal.
3606 radio. Hold 17.
Go ahead, 6.
Proceed.
I'll be late. 3495 radio.
Copy late. 95.
Call late cars.
All remaining evening watch late cars. 16G, I advise your pull-ins and if you'll be late.
26,
34, 14, I'll be late.
126746 radio.
Copy.
Crossing where 701.
5646.
3602 radio.
Engine 14 on the 2611, bring off west. Okay, 2.
126746, true fire engine 6 on scene.
12, I'm with 14. Late.
Copy 5614.
Copy.
Crossing Glenway Drive. Unit 8 Alpha 701. Go to case at Dwayne MDT, please.
06 radio.
Clear.
2 radio. 12 FIF. I'll be 16G out. Have a great night. Thanks for your help.
What's the gate code?
I copy 12 FIA. Have a great night. Be safe. Okay, code provided. I'll do a call back. I see a previous cat, 0205, pound 0205. Go ahead. Let me go, 7.
Can you raise 3509, please?
Radio reason 3509. So yeah, just gonna go to 480 John with John Wood just to see if the vehicles are out there so we can call it off for 5. Find out zero time.
509. Go for 3509. Hey, where are you at, Grady?
You just want to check 480 down with us or my grade just to see if the vehicles are out there so we can close it off for 5. Not pull or anything. 1105 radio.
7K07 North.
Thank you. Go ahead, 1105.
Discount 1 radio.
70, go ahead. Coming from County Shell, Angel Mountain, it's going to be 122722. 122722, copy your Fulton. All zone 4 units, be advised we have a shots fired. Independent is going to be Wynwood and Wingate, Wynwood Drive and Wingate Street. 1 gunshot heard only.
93, I copy the shots fired.
1601, copy sound 6743, copy load up. We're done stuff for information on the missing persons, 455 North Avenue Northeast, 455 North Avenue Northeast.
1603.
Where's the 3?
1307 radio. Airport communication, medic 1.
1307, go ahead.
Flying me on 8098. I'm loading up. You can code for 1.
Made it 1. 1307, code 7, 7866.
Copy 7866. Copy 1603, copy Asana 8098. 1601, copy the code 4.
8193 radio. 17 radio, can you give us a case number and time of this, please?
3193.
1606 radio.
Ma'am, can you call the late car?
I see.
I copy.
Pound, sorry, apologize. Pound 0205.
Do that. 3112 radio. 3396 radio. We call it evening watch late cars. 3112. I'll be code 9E to Grady. I'll be 16GL. Have a good night.
I copy 9E, Grady B. Let's get home.
Medic 4 to communication.
Copy.
25 normal gate.
I copy 17. Radio version 3140.
Closed. We're having to reroute. So there'll be delayed 1 2 times. Made 4, I got.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Officer Blake, Grady 783, 14.
We'll see you do the same. 60.
1413 zone 4.
3202, checking on you. 1413, go ahead.
Come on,
I'm going to see you clear out.
02.
Checking on you.
I'm fine, thank you.
We'll see. I got the listening.
4
339 X-ray to radio here, clear.
10 north.
Go ahead.
16
I got it, 5339 X-ray, show me on the N88. I'll be at 3500 Piedmont Road Northeast, building number 2 until 0600 hours.
91 radio.
Okay, 91. 3500 Piedmont, building 206.
You can put it off. Hold on.
1727 radio.
Here Officer Brown, 605.
1727. Where there was a 1605.
What's that radio?
79266 radio.
Go ahead. 7, go ahead.
14, I copy. Show me off.
883120 Maple Drive until 0200 hours.
Pretty Airways 1605 Officer Brown. I see you trying to key up.
Oh, go ahead.
So this is like the tag number Sam Baker David 2780. This is blue black Lexus. Can you give me permission to park over here at LN1?
3920 Maple 02.
1407. You can change it to a 39, pull it in code 12.
1148.
Code for that evening watch unit. I'll pick up the noise complaint.
Hey, Brown, when you get time to clear the FIF out of your box.
48.
Copy. I appreciate you, man. Thank you.
I copy. Code 43414.
Stand by.
3294. 3602, showing 26 in the area.
94.
Copy on seeing the area.
How's it been? 3412 radio. Sorry.
Watch late cars, even watch late cars, 16 GI, pulling is going to be late in 48 hours.
Okay, it's kind of blue black, the darkish black, blue possible.
I copy.
1613, go ahead.
Stand by. I am checking the tracker as well.
Go ahead, 3412. Copy, Leonardo. Greeting.
Looking at my computer, you had me on that noise complaint. I was with 14 on the 2969, or 10 into a 39. 60, yeah.
1606, go ahead.
You call 40 unit.
1607, you can call for. I copy. I actually thought I did that. Thank you for that.
Zach in the radio got a fight right here leading up to the 200 level. 3 females.
No problem. Leave me signed off.
Airport communication to 1727.
200 level by where?
The location 2 level.
I copy your call 12. Have a great night.
1507 right now.
It's going to be a negative on that permission part. 1507.
We're 1507, sign on 4, 198, 4198.
You're trying 4198. Rep 94 radio.
1194, go ahead.
94 house attendant.
We have 9 in the pending, 2 priority 2s, and everything else is priority 3.
Copy, 210 Peter Street. Where are they going to?
Negative. Fulton County. It's going to be for Jason Foster. Date of birth 12/18/95. It's going to be a black male.
And who am I supposed to 5-9 with?
I'll copy them. Be around.
Sergeant Green.
Is he going to be at 210 Peter Street, or is he going to...
Stand by just one. They didn't advise. And listen everywhere. 412 radio.
1603 radio.
412. 1503. 412, back in the area headquarters. Have a good night.
013, channel 35 with you off the MDT, please.
I'm clear. Get home safe. I copy.
This is the May 4.
May 4, go ahead.
Last 4.
President Atlanta 102, copy. Call 02, RDA.
0705, again, 0705.
3596, we call late cars.
Radio to Mini Pumper 50, MP 50, start for gate C Charlie 21. Again, gate C Charlie 21 for a sick call, 2252.
Where's he go to radio?
Sure, I'm going to be late.
I need a unit to start on the floor in front of section 108. We have some fans who are sitting in seats and they don't have tickets for them.
What's the 7-8 of the vehicle?
3506.
Gray Mazda.
Radio reason 1507.
1507.
Are they refusing to leave? Once you're told to leave or get up, they're refusing to get up.
210 is the incident location. You're going to meet with Sergeant Lee at Grady Detention down in the basement.
602, I'm in the area. I check both. I just see no 41, no scene of 1041. Put that in 30.
Copy.
17.
CCGL, have a great night. Thanks for your help. Patient is breathing but not alert.
95 copy.
1401, the caller get the attention off.
Can you show me a route video?
104, we're clear. Clear. Copy. Not happy. Airport Communication 3797.
1313 already.
1407, were you en route as well? Go ahead. Thanks, 7. Do you want me to call the remaining Ethan watch? I copy.
Please, thank you.
Radio.
Copy. Airport Communication to all remaining Even Watch units report to the precinct. Airport Communication to all remaining Even Watch units report to the precinct. Time 2254.
204 radio.
Radio to Engine 35, Medic 2. Start for the International Terminal, apron level at the oversized baggage area. Again, International Terminal, apron level, oversized baggage area for injury call. Time out 2254.
Go ahead, 3104.
Medic 2.
104 radio. Go ahead and close call in 17. And I'll be 16 GL. You have a good night.
1160 X-ray. What was that address on Myrtle Street?
3104, I got the code 17. You get home.
Now on WSB Tonight. And thank you for joining us on your Sunday. I'm Candace McCowan. Neighbors in Northwest Atlanta are concerned after diesel fuel spilled into a nearby creek. A Norfolk Southern train crashed into a CSX train in a fiery wreck days ago. Channel 2's Courtney Francisco is live on Collier Avenue Northwest. And Courtney, what's the latest on the cleanup?
Well, we're here on one of the creeks underneath an apartment complex on Collier Road, and we found these yellow and white booms out here on the water. If you look closely back there, you can see them, and we're waiting on CSX to confirm if these were used in this case.
Before sunset Sunday, News Drone 2 flew over the tracks where the train wreck happened, and you can see signs of the derailment, flipped train cars, and charred tracks from the fire. To compare, this is video during and hours after the fiery crash.
We need to know what's going on immediately.
On the ground, neighbors have questions about the diesel fuel CSX said spilled into a nearby creek. So we stopped to check the water there that flows from Peachtree Creek and Chattahoochee River.
Just thinking about our health, our drinking water, things of that nature.
The crash happened early morning, November 17th, near Chattahoochee Avenue Northwest. People told us then they heard it and smelt it first.
We just wanted to keep an eye on things and make sure we didn't need to be evacuated or anything out of the ordinary.
CSX and firefighters said no one was in danger and no one was hurt, but a Norfolk Southern train hit a standing CSX train, derailing 8 cars and damaging a locomotive. CSX said 485 gallons of diesel fuel spilled, some burned up in flames, some spilled into a nearby creek, but cleanup crews threw out dikes and contained it.
Chattahoochee's right here, so there's a lot of people that's going to be impacted by it, a lot of animals also. We have also a lot of vegetation around here, so there are a lot of people and things that will be affected by this.
CSX said in situations like this, crews will remove flipped cars, repair any damaged track, and work to recover the fuel and mitigate any potential environmental impact. We're waiting for an update on how far along the company is in that process.
Courtney Francisco joining us back live in Northwest Atlanta. Courtney, there are 2 agencies that are monitoring this cleanup process.
Yes, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and the Georgia Environmental Protection Department. I reached out to both of those agencies to find out what's next, and I expect to get an update this week.
Yeah, the people in those neighborhoods certainly waiting on those answers. Courtney, thank you. Here's what's new and now and next. New tonight, a man and woman are recovering after someone shot them in Chambly. Police responded to the Claremont Center in the 3600 block of Claremont Road today. That man was shot in the neck and the woman in the chest. Police arrested 28-year-old Christopher Carmichael. No word on a possible motive. Right now, drivers should expect delays on part of North Decatur Road. Water main work began tonight and will cause lane closures between North Decatur Lane and Jordan Lane through the end of the month, and again on December 3rd and 4th. And next, shoppers are expected to spend a record $12 billion on Cyber Monday deals tomorrow. Some stores even started their online sales today. Estimates are that consumers spent already a record almost $10 billion online on Black Friday this year. A local store owner is asking for your support this Cyber Monday after a tough year enduring repeated smash and grabs. This is surveillance video from inside. According to Fashion, it's a boutique in the Sweet Auburn community. Thieves have broken in 5 times this year. The owner has had to replace broken doors, locks, and stolen product, and she is now at risk of losing her dream.
I have men and women. It's the holiday season. I have great gifts, so I would appreciate everybody's support.
The owner told us that she held a fashion show on Friday to show off her product and to garner some support. And you can find her online Cyber Monday, or the shop is open daily. Thanksgiving holiday travel is wrapping up, and this is a live look at the world's busiest airport. It's a name that it earned today as thousands dash to get to the airport and head home after the Thanksgiving holiday. Channel 2's Larry Sproul is at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport on what has been the busiest day of the year so far for TSA.
It's been like shoulder to shoulder, just people everywhere.
Alexis Toombs says it's been a long travel day for her and her family.
We just left Connecticut and we're coming home.
They just landed here in Atlanta and now have to drive back to Columbus, Georgia. Long lines greeted them at the world's busiest airport. Our cameras were rolling as lines circled the main security gate all day Sunday.
The busiest day of the year appears to be the Sunday after Thanksgiving because the window to come back home is a lot shorter.
Johnny Jones with TSA says nationwide they are expecting to screen almost 3 million people through security checkpoints on Sunday. Here at Hartsfield-Jackson, hundreds of thousands of people passed through the airport. The average wait time for security checkpoint was anywhere from an hour to 30 minutes.
We're working very hard. We're also have to follow the procedures to the T, so the lines get backed up, not because of short staffing or anything, just because there's so much volume.
Volume that many people experienced firsthand on Sunday.
I saw the line outside of the line, the ropes, and I've never seen that before, so I was like, oh my gosh.
They're really organized, so I really appreciate that. But yeah, we've been in line for 30 minutes now. We still don't see the checkpoint quite yet.
And that was Larry Sproul reporting. He had crews there at the airport today who noticed a few delays on the flight information board, but for the most part, things are going smoothly. Georgia's current gas tax suspension is set to end Wednesday as state lawmakers return to Atlanta for a special legislative session. Georgia Governor Brian Kemp first suspended the state's gas taxes in September because of high inflation. He extended the suspension in October, adding one final extension through November 29th. DeKalb County police are investigating a triple shooting at a gas station that left one man dead. They say there was a fight in the parking lot of the Circle K on Candler Road at Kelly Lake Road when someone started firing. Paramedics took 41-year-old Antoine Lewis to the hospital in critical condition, where we're told he later died. Police say 2 other victims, a man and a woman, went to the hospital on their own. So far, no arrest in this case. A young woman died in a crash in DeKalb County overnight. Police told us that a car ran off Briar Lake Road in Decatur around 2 this morning. This is near Silverstone Drive. The driver, a 21-year-old man, is in critical condition. Investigators think that speeding led to the crash. They did not release the name of those victims. Opening statements in the YSL RICO trial are finally set for tomorrow. This month, the judge ruled that some rap lyrics by Young Thug and his collaborators, his co-conspirators, can be used as evidence. One track from a 2018 song, by Young Thug, whose real name is Jeffrey Williams, goes, "I never killed anybody, but I got something to do with that body." He also refers to himself as a general. Atlanta hip-hop legend Pastor Troy says the decision to use lyrics as evidence could have an impact on the future of rap.
A lot of these rappers don't have nothing to worry about because they be lying anyway.
But if you do have some situations that may be able to come up in court, don't say nothing in your song that you wouldn't want to say in front of the judge.
Defense attorneys argue that rap lyrics are just an expression of art. And here's a look at some of the unusual events in this case in the past 10 months. In January, a judge made a juror write a 30-page essay for missing jury duty. And then there's the alleged drug deal that happened inside the courtroom. You see it there. And the attorney arrested for bringing his prescription medicine into court. As punishment, he had to buy the other lawyers lunch, so he brought them wings from a local strip club. And in June, police arrested a deputy for allegedly sneaking contraband to a defendant. Now to the Israel-Hamas war. The first American hostage held by Hamas is now free. She's a 4-year-old girl whose parents died in the Hamas attack in Israel on October 7th.
She's now safely in Israel, and we continue to press and expect for additional Americans will be released as well.
Since the start of the 4-day ceasefire agreement, Hamas has freed 58 hostages. Under the agreement, Israel released 39 Palestinian women and children from Israeli jails. Atlanta police have a reminder for parents and children under 18. It's that they are still enforcing the city curfew. The reminder comes on the 1-year anniversary of the shootout along the 17th Street Bridge in Midtown Atlanta. 2 teenagers died, 4 more were hurt, and at least 3 teen suspects have since got plea deals. The Reverend Daryl Winston led a peace walk after the shooting, and a year later has this message for teens.
Any group that you're associated with that will put you in a position where your life is placed in jeopardy, please, by all means, stay clear of that group.
The city curfew is 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. Sunday through Thursday and midnight through 6 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Clayton County Police, they are asking for your help tonight as they look for a missing 75-year-old woman with dementia. Police say that Dorothy Benjamin was last seen along the 1500 block of Pine Drive in College Park this afternoon. She was wearing a camo jacket and pink pants. If you've seen her, please call Clayton County Police. A major recall to pass along tonight. Honda is recalling 300,000 cars because of a seatbelt issue. They include select 2023 and 24 Accords and HRVs. There's a potential problem with the front seatbelts not working properly during a crash. So far, there have been no reports of injuries or deaths related to the issue.
And a very cold night on tap. Temperatures dropping down into the 30s later on this evening. I'll time out when we can see this bitter cold air really arriving with even colder temperatures coming up.
We are remembering the life and legacy of former First Lady Rosalind Carter, including at her alma mater, Georgia Southwestern State University.
She actually wanted to be hands-on and get to interact with the people she was around.
The influence she still has on the school more than 75 years after she left the campus as a student.
Closed cap.
I hand Noam the microphone that this conversation is recorded, and we will send you the WhatsApp link to the update group where we are publishing it, so you're more than welcome to use this recording afterwards. And we also ask you kindly to send us the links of the publications. I will write you my phone number to which you can send this link. And this is it. Thank you again all for joining us. And once again, I will ask you to please open your cameras. It does make a very big difference for all of us. We're here on the human level. We're sharing very deep emotions and stories, and it's important that we do it to faces. So thank you for the cooperation and thank you for being here. The first person to speak today is Noam Alon. He is the boyfriend of Inbar Hyman that was abducted from the party, from the rave of Nova in Re'im. Please, Noam, tell us your story.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here to hear our stories. I will show you first a picture of Inbar and me, just to see her face before we start. Inbar, she's 27 years old, the best person that I know. She's funny and clever and sensitive and talented. We are both students for graphic design and art in Haifa. We were supposed to begin the last year of the degree, actually 1 week after the music festival, which of course it didn't happen. Bar went to the party, to the Nova, like one night before October 7th. She go on Friday evening. She was there as a caregiver, as a volunteer, to make sure that everybody is doing well. There is a volunteer staff in this kind of festival, so she was one of them. When I woke up in October 7th, a friend called me in 10 a.m. He asked me if I heard about the news, that there is a terror attack, and of course I had no clue. I looked online, I saw there is a terror attack from Gaza. In one of the articles there was a video of hundreds of people running for their lives in a field, and it wasn't obvious, it wasn't clear what.
Life and legacy of Rosalind Carter. Tonight, final preparations are underway as Georgia Southwestern University prepares to honor their former student. Channel 2's George Estevez is on campus in Americus, right outside of the town of Plains, where Mrs. Carter was born, with her impact on today's students.
Yes, that impact is felt right here at Georgia Southwestern State University. Could you believe it's been 75 years since Rosalind walked these sidewalks as a student? Since then, this building behind me, a complex has been built in her honor, the Rosalind Carter Health and Human Services Complex, where here students learn how to be advocates.
I wanted to be able to bridge that connection between mental health and playing sports for future athletes that are growing up.
Drea Singleton is a third year studying at the Rosalind Carter Institute for Caregivers, founded in 1987, courtesy of the First Lady, who was a student here in 1945.
We pride ourselves on providing experiences that help you grow as an individual, and this is one that not many people in the world will ever have.
2 buildings on GSU's campus bear her name, including this bronze statue of Mrs. Carter placed right in front. It's a spot where Alex Espithia walks by as a member of the Jimmy Carter Leadership Academy.
To have that a part of me and be able to put it on my resume and get a certificate at the end of my time here at GSW is a great honor.
She's going to be known by the students on this campus as a champion for so many, including the food ministry she founded, where they remember meeting her as she handed out food just like everyone else.
I never seen her to just sit back and observe. She actually wanted to be hands-on.
To have that memory of her just being like, Drea, is it? And I would be like, oh my gosh, the former First Lady said my name.
What a life. And this is her legacy, part of it anyway. This bronze statue is of Rosalind Carter. Tomorrow there will be 2 wreaths laid in front of it. The family will be here as well. They're going to come on campus, and we will be here too. Right now, we're on the campus of Georgia Southwestern State University. George Estevez, WSB Tonight.
Well, her hometown of Plains is preparing for that final farewell. They're honoring her with this year's Christmas tree lighting.
Let there be light.
Crowds gathered as a giant tree lit up downtown Plains last night. A memorial at the foot of that tree shows photos of Mrs. Carter and former President Jimmy Carter throughout the years. Today, the Carter's home church of Maranatha Baptist had its first service since the former First Lady's passing. Her niece, Kim Fuller, taught Sunday school today, something that the First family has done for years. She talked about her aunt's faith and belief in the afterlife.
She would go in here, anywhere you saw, she would be talking to everybody. Make sure everything's okay, where you're from, what do you do? It was genuine, exactly. It was genuine. So don't you know she's having a day up in heaven? She's met everybody by now.
Well, Channel 2 Action News will bring you every minute of Rosalind Carter's final farewell. Coverage begins tomorrow. After a wreath laying, she'll be brought from Plains to the Carter Presidential Center in Northeast Atlanta. On Tuesday, there will be a memorial service at the Glenn Memorial Church at Emory University. Then on Wednesday, she returns to Plains for a private funeral service. You can follow it all here live on WSB TV and streaming on the WSB TV News app. The Atlanta-based CDC says that the flu is on the rise, especially in the south and southeast. The CDC reports that at least 780,000 illnesses, 8,000 hospitalizations, and 490 deaths from the flu so far this season alone. Here in Metro Atlanta, the Georgia Department of Public Health reports 54 flu-related hospitalizations in the last 2 weeks of available data. There's a new effort to save one of Cobb County's last single-room log cabins. Cobb Landmarks launched the Save the Power Jackson Cabin campaign today. That cabin stands on Post Oak Road in East Cobb, and researchers say that the cabin could be the oldest existing structure in Cobb County. Cobb Landmarks is trying to raise $65,000 to disassemble, tag, and relocate that cabin. Let's keep you ahead of what's happening next with our weather. Here's a live look over downtown Atlanta, where that Thanksgiving is over. We are starting to right in the heart of winter. Meteorologist Ashley Cranlick live for you in Severe Weather Center 2. And Ashley, we will get a taste of that winter cold this week. We already got some today.
Yeah, we're skipping over fall. Fall is ended. We've already done Thanksgiving. Yeah, straight to winter we go. And what we have out there this evening, we have some mist. We have that still occurring. That's all ahead of our cold front that will be rolling in throughout the overnight, bringing in some really cool air. Tomorrow morning, it is going to be a chilly start at the bus stops. We're looking at widespread 30s. The kids, as they're heading back to school tomorrow, will need the coats. And then by the afternoon, doesn't get much better. We will make it into the low 50s, but with the wind, it will feel much cooler than that. Let's talk about what it looks like right now outside of Hartsfield-Jackson. You can kind of see the low-hanging clouds out there. Temperature here, we are down to 47, so we haven't dropped a whole lot because of the clouds in the way, but once we start to lose those clouds and the cold front comes in, that's when these numbers will go crashing. So in the 40s for most of our outlying spots. I want to show you where that front currently is, just off to our west. Notice Nashville down to 41. We're at 29 in Oklahoma City. That really cold air is going to be here for the next several days. So planning this out for you early Monday morning, the clouds clear out, the front has moved in. Behind this front, the winds are really going to pick up. It'll bring in some dry air for us, so expecting a lot of sunshine for our Monday, but that's really not going to help us out when you're talking about winds gusting out of the north between 20 to even 25 miles an hour through the morning. That continues into the afternoon. So even though I do expect us to make it into the low 50s, with the wind, it will feel more like the 40s for our afternoon hours. About 46 by noon, will be about 51 for a high temperature. Even colder air pushing in Tuesday into Wednesday. We can likely see our morning lows drop to near freezing. I think the best day to see it is probably Wednesday. You'll definitely need the heaters on, not only in the cars, but also turning on the heat in the house. Bring out the heavy winter coats because our afternoon temperature is not going to be that great for the next several days. We'll stay in those low 50s at least through Wednesday. Our average high temperature for this time of year is in those low 60s, and we'll start to rebound Thursday into Friday, but doesn't look great on that end because we are going to be tracking more chances of rain as we end out the week. So your 5-day forecast with your weekend always in view. A pretty quiet work week for us. Again, cold through midweek. Well, it looks like Thursday's our best day in this 5-day forecast, and then showers return Friday, and we stay pretty active through this upcoming weekend.
All right, Ashley, thank you. A local animal shelter is dealing with overcrowding. How you can help save the lives of 24 dogs. And stay tuned for the Georgia Lottery Cash 3, Cash 4, and Fantasy 5 draws.
or get $3,500 purchase cash on select 2023 Sierra models, or get a total of $6,000 purchase allowance when you trade in an eligible vehicle.
At Malik & Associates,
presented by Montlake. Dial #WIN for your free consultation.
Clayton County says 24 dogs are at risk of being put down unless they're adopted. Take a look. It says its facilities are over capacity and have no extra room. These 24 dogs are at risk of being put down if they aren't rescued or adopted by this Thursday, November 30th. If you would like to help, we have a link on our website, WSBTV.com. Just click on links mentioned on 2. What some people imagined to be the trip of a lifetime is now canceled. It was a 3-year cruise around the world. The Life at Sea cruise was set to kick off in Istanbul this month. It planned stops in 135 countries across every continent. The company told customers that it was unable to purchase a ship because investors were concerned about unrest in the Middle East. One woman put down a $32,000 deposit after selling her home and belongings.
No, I'm hopeful and that they will hold up their end of the contract and pay us back on the time that they've outlined.
This weekend, the company told us that USA Today that they are trying to get another ship, but if they can't, that they will refund customers. A man from Illinois who goes to Michigan every few weeks to eat at his favorite restaurant, then buys 10 or so chances on the Lucky for Life lottery. He won big. In September, a clerk gave him 10 chances per ticket by mistake, but it paid off because he won $25,000 a year for life. He recently cashed in the winning ticket and opted for a one-time payment of $390,000. We are in this together with a Christmas celebration. The millions of lights on display in the world's largest Christmas lights maze.
Can you raise that last one to 2, please?
1194, copy 2. Copy. I copy. I don't hear any music out here. Smoke. Copy close 12.
What team are you?
16, 14, go ahead. I got the sign on 7974. When you get down loading up, start with that from Auto 931 Monroe Drive Northeast. It possibly be 86. It just says passenger window broken. Unsure if anything was stolen.
Well,
1118 Richland. 1118 Richland. We're on top of you. Radio raising 1404.
4.
Once you get loaded up for, go ahead and start for noise complaint. It's going to be 1130 Dolphin Drive Southwest, 1130 Dolphin.
I copy.
Radio Razor 1409. 1409, go ahead. Radio Razor 1413. Okay. I copy 101723. Have a great day. We're looking.
Explorer 6 at room 10. Advice only, medical advice only. Medical statute, back in service.
Hello, good morning. Can you please find us on 8290 and my partner 7841, please?
You should have code 7 is 70345. You should have 1717, 1719, 1727, 1751. If you will, go ahead and raise 1716, see if he's on there. We're in 1718. 0707.
Your birth communication is 1716, 8290 and 7841. Good morning to the both of you all. Once you all are loaded up, start for a commercial audible at 667 Fairburn Road, Northwest, 667 Fairburn. Yes, ma'am. It's going to be at the M Hotel Academy for a hallway motion, no further.
7946, activity.
Go ahead.
Code 1272.
Copy. Good morning. We're clear. Suffer to see RB 555 Road, Northwest, 555 Road, Northwest. I copy a white tee, North Carolina tag, Robert. And we're at 5438. I can find number to change. Realize that location one more time. It's going to be 824, 82 Alpha 24, on unattended green and black duffel bag in the gatehouse.
Fourteen 74, the radio. That's okay, Charlie 42.
14 radio.
14, go ahead.
Good morning. Show code 7, vulnerable vehicle 8282.
Copy 1414. 1401 radio. 1401.
Were you able to get the address or you need me to realize?
I need you to realize that location. I got everything else.
26.
I see 103.
Okay, just use 1444 Lucille Avenue.
Fine, 366. From your red Toyota versus white Audi. No injuries.
I plug out 3312 out of the MDT for
Call 4. Radio is at any unit that can copy an audible commercial alarm. 132 10th Street, 132 10th Street Northeast. Call the resident. Calling a black condition out.
234 Forsyth Street Southwest. At Greyhound, I believe the correct address is going to be 232 Forsyth Street. There was still a female with a headache.
Alana A4 clear.
Fire radio.
Show me clear from Fulton County. You can show me a route to that person injured that's on my feet.
I got the code 12 showing you right to Mason Turner.
Yeah, 118 and 118 requesting ATV immediately. Problem on the time. 118 and 119.
1312 radio. 103 radio. Hey, Sergeant to respond to show that clear. I handle that after I handle 109.
Go ahead.
Yeah, ETA.
I'm checking. Stand by for transit.
Decatur Street on a Eastern Road. So that's 6-4.
6-4.
83 Grady.
I'm clear 6-4. Engine 18, respond to 335 Sisson Avenue Northeast, cross of College Avenue. Engine 18, respond to 335 Sisson Avenue Northeast, cross of College Avenue. On the invalid assist, time is 23:38.
Show me inside the route.
May 5, I cop in route 2338. I'm responding to the women's restroom. Again, the women's restroom across from TGI Fridays. Had a female complaining of chest pains. Time about 2338.
Extension below.
Paramedic Engine 17, responded 308, Holderness Street Southwest, across the Sales Avenue, Unit A Alpha. Paramedic Engine 17, responded 308, Holderness Street Southwest, across the Sales Avenue, Unit A Alpha. Male difficulty of breathing, time is 2339.
Good morning. I'll be code 7, 8263, 8263. Hi.
Marietta Street, 820, West Marietta Street, Northwest.
Radio, show 32 right.
Clear with 1609.
Copy. Yeah, my location is not locked in the cat. Not as much. And then staff at the location refusing to leave.
Sensor radio.
Three 808.
copy 3089. Nadine. Have them give me a call. My radio's not programmed to zone 6 yet. Also, can you start a unit to zone 2 to help out with staffing? Staffing, they're short today, please.
Proceed. If you have a specific unit you want to go,
If you can choose between 8 through 14.
proceed.
16, 12,
Checking on you out there.
16, 12, yeah, you can pull it in, 6 and 12, all doors, windows secure.
Atlanta 95. And window secure. If you can, go over to zone 2 frequency.
95.
Atlanta, yeah, just zone 2.
12,
Thank you. 95, can you show us out of service DM6?
I'm clear 95. It's going to be 2330114. Correction, 233301421. Again, that's 1421.
Carrying on 1607.
I'm delayed by 379.
607.
Hey, if I'm delayed by 87.
I'm at 1080 Welch Street.
Okay, I copy 1080 Welch.
Good morning, straight in route. Thank you.
Traffic violator at Willswood and Pontiac Place. Willswood Drive and Pontiac Place, Southeast.
Here. Right there. Copy. Good morning. Copy 45, priority 2, 903 Peachtree Street, 903 Peachtree Street Northeast.
Caller is requesting PD in reference to a gray or silver Dodge Charger that's driving high speed up and down the street. Believe that the person may live at 1483 Wellswood Drive.
Caller originally advised that their items were stolen from his Airbnb. We just received an update from the caller advising that the owner of the Airbnb has been barricaded inside of the unit, refusing to let them leave. Priorities in 1506.
1506, I'm standing by for keys, but when I clear, I can head that way.
I'm happy, thank you.
96 already. What those remarks are again? Radio, I'm 26.
10 copy on scene. Have a good night, folks.
5.
Are you still waiting on keys?
I'm loading on my vehicle now, radio. Good.
Hey.
Radio, somebody clear around here in the town. One patient out of my house. 10.
Receive. When you're clear, set for dispute call. Check and advise. 647 Longhorn Wood Drive, Northwest, and that's 647 Longwood Drive, Northwest. 3 Washington Street, Southwest. 3 Washington Southwest.
Copy right here with me. I'm going to 49.
5, I copy.
Dispute with her husband. Gave a call back to cancel the call, advising the male left the scene. Unit resident, go ahead.
26. Give me the call back. We said the call if you want to switch position.
The call is still okay.
Tuesday the 1413, stand by for the call back.
Yeah. Perfect.
Probably Russell lost the conference back.
1413, caller is stepping out.
Okay.
Code 17, and you can pull the 39 and 25 in. Code 12, no shell casings located.
Copy 17 and code 12.
Why? Because that was added these things from the owner, and there was overseeing from the owner.
1313 radio.
Go ahead.
I see a new 41I just popped up, ending in 1425, saying it's related to my cat. Can we get a call back asking them where they are, because I'm not seeing them out here on my scene?
Copy. Stand by for call back.
Thank you.
It doesn't advise where the owner is, but it's advising that the owner is requesting $10,000 to release the female.
Medic through the radio, what's the last 4 of the answer?
I'll attempt to do a call back.
Oh, what's the address? My MPT loading up slowly. Last unit requesting unit number, incident number, stand by, 911 call, stand by.
903 Peachtree Street Northeast. 903 Peachtree Street Northeast. 1205-1205.
You ready to travel 3 for me for S1?
Radio, show me minute 5 patient contact. Go ahead.
You can code for that 3944. Go ahead.
1504 radio.
1504. Caller advised she'll go to the precinct at another day.
Copy that. Switches to 39.
Copy of 39.
I'm 26. Could I get a call back? I'm not seeing the caller here. I was telling him I'm outside in front of the leasing office.
Copy. Stand by for callback.
1260. You can show me all the 5.
Copy route 5.
11-6, yeah, I'm 26. Can advise the units park, come down 8th Street, be the driveway to the right between Juniper and Peachtree.
1612, it's ready to go.
1612.
Shelby Code 7 over here in John T. Flex Street.
And what was the apartment number again?
Copy code 7, thank you. Start for a trespassing call, 2320 Chesapeake Road Northeast, and that's 2320 Chesapeake Road Northeast. 13, I copy.
1612 copy.
Receive. Call advised homeless male refusing to leave. It's going to be a black male wearing a blue hoodie and blue jeans.
Engine 1, respond to 100 Centennial Olympic Park Drive, Northwest.
30426. 417.
354.
Go ahead. 42417.
Paramedic Engine 1, respond to 100 Centennial Olympic Park Drive, Northwest.
Radio Region 14.
Back available.
I'm clear.
Responding to a male down at the location with a head injury, hemorrhaging. Time is 23:55.
4 cover post for EP3.
1211 radio.
1211.
14.
Radio, be advised, there's going to be 2 vehicles out here. One's going to be unoccupied. 14, I got it.
You want to occupy?
And I copy. It's going to be a movement for Volkswagen Jetta.
Go ahead.
1312, clear of 11G, code 7.
I copy.
Here.
Let me know you're ready. Copy 72. 1201. I copy code 12. No vehicle located. Go ahead with your service.
1201.
72 train.
Over.
It's overable. You showing a 72 stop. It's going to be a 44 crowd on a black Ford F-150 Georgia tag. Tom Charles Sam 8626 1 Arkansas.
1472 ready.
1472, go ahead. Copy 44 Frog Street on a black Ford F-150, Tom, Charlie, Sam, 8626, like that one time.
Razor Fulton 415 415, copy a call at 2615 Roosevelt Highway, 2615 Roosevelt Highway, apartment 49, code 1 echo breathing.
You're off Fulton County, 1 female, starting mileage 195,828.
Probably the radio.
1508.
415 clear.
Clear.
Be advised, this concert just let out and there's nothing moving right here in front of the precinct.
Door.
1607 radio.
I copy.
I copy. Code 12.
1607, go ahead.
I'm 26. Does the caller want to speak?
Negative caller doesn't want to speak. Go ahead.
1212 radio.
1212.
5648. I'll be code 8. Have a good one.
Copy you, sir.
Police saying code 12. Spoke with the caller on the phone. Show me right to that 41 on me.
7946 X-ray, same traffic.
That's all. Showing you right to 41. Thank you. Copy.
1472, I copy your traffic. Starting mileage 195828, one female en route to county or city.
1212.
Fulton County.
I copy.
When did that 52 come up?
Yes, ma'am.
It came up at 1910. The caller called about 10 minutes ago advising they're still at the location. They can't leave until an officer meets with them.
I copy.
Radio was in 1614.
1614.
Need a unit to gate 2 to handle the crowd. Gate 2. They requesting a unit at gate 2 for crowd control.
Report. Copy. Yeah, radio. Have any other officers that work in the gate? If their gate's closed, to move up over to gate 2 to help out Officer Scott.
Evan 05.
Avenue, starting mile 126698.
Avenue. 83-year-old male, difficulty in breathing, also abdominal pain, time is 0002.
And concerned about the bystander, possibly 28. He is alert, conscious, and breathing. No further information at this time.
Copy C, Charlie Concourse, Trano.
I copy, giving a courtesy ride to one black female, 1050, possibly on
1194 radio.
Starting mileage 126698 at 02.
We'll go back to see if she's fairly threat or anything. Tracking unit.
1313.
0002 hours.
1194, go ahead. Radio raising 1401.
How many is that advice? You have to receipt.
Walk ahead.
94, can you have someone start with that zone for a unit? Come half, hey, go around.
726 in the area.
So, copy on scene.
The stop for a hang-up call is going to be 825 Cascade Avenue Southwest, 825 Cascade.
That's going to be in relation to a different wreck than me then.
1194 here is in 12.
One I got.
1112, stand by. Caller advised a killer was in their home. She gave 3 to 4 different possible addresses. Disconnected, but before she disconnected, the operator heard her screaming.
Just checking advice.
Speaking of reading, call 412.
Copy, code 12.
1210. I'm 26.
1210, copy on scene.
1102 to radio.
Be on a G toward the tag for Charlie, Mary, Nancy, 93.
1205 radio, I'm 26.
5, copy on scene.
Copy, call at 15 Moore Avenue Southeast. 1 Moore Avenue East. The site.
Please copy scene traffic.
Emergency 6 exit, that's 903 P Street, it's just 1293 P Street. Come down 8th Street, towards Juniper. Park in the garages right on the right, full in the town blue truck.
Clear.
Thank you, sir.
Ready raising 1105.
Hey, radio, we got any call for anything?
5, go ahead.
Radio.
The callback goes to voicemail, but the mailbox is full, and that's 2 times.
Repeat your transmission.
Yeah, Dave, they're just asking for a couple other APD to gate 2 to help get everybody out the building.
Radio, show man, town in 723.
13 slow.
36.
Per missing persons, the caller is going to have to go to Jonesboro to make the report. Since that's where the last seen location of the mother was, you can pull this call in code 12.
12.
I copy in the hour 723 at midnight, 05 hours. Copy code 12. Can I go to Jonesboro to make a report? 1105.
Copy the dispute at 50 Mountain Zion Road Southeast and 50 Mountain Zion Road Southeast.
On the wooden route.
Copy.
PVP. Code 12, right now. For an 8 location.
Be advised, call has been holding for 3 hours. No instant callback. Times 3. Just checking advice.
The apartment number.
120, 120.
1603.
13.
001, radio.
1105, a copy, code 12, no answer on callback, and you'll be on 89 at the same address, 1076 Mason Turner Road, Northwest.
For the units out at 903 Peach Street, the caller advised she doesn't see any weapons, but she does feel like she's in danger. There's going to be 2 males on scene that's holding her hostage. We have a black male, bald, wearing a gray suit, and another black male with locks.
Transfer patient to Med 3.
Okay, I got the units pulling up now. We'll be heading up in a second.
Receive airport communication and medics 1. Copy.
I copy.
72 stop. 1760 Northside Drive on a black Nissan Altima, California tag 9, Frank Sam Henry, 536, unknown.
5. There we go.
I copy. 2210 on that.
Medic 1.
Mayor 1
In service at the airport.
Receive.
Land 71.
71.
Available.
1474, code 12.
I'm clear.
1474, call 12, I copy.
12 radio.
1112, go ahead.
Let's go. We were able to get an apartment number.
Stand by, I'm making the call back.
1313 in contact with the one accident at that location. I spoke to the one driver, the transport lead, currently in office.
Copy off in Appleton County Jail. NMR 6155. 1207 hours.
126 700.
1346.
Agent 2, I copy. Last 4 0708 0708 at midnight, 8 hours. also 44P is pending at 267 Marietta Street. Single 79 at 9.
I copy both calls. What is the, where is Lamar from the 44 people?
Advise her firearms and computer were stolen. 12.
1401, you show 26.
1401, I copy.
There's no answer on the callback. It goes fast, busy 2 times.
Station radio, you can show me code 9. You can hit the 915 right down the street.
Alright, we'll check her license. Back on 0009. Code 9, showing your route 915 West Peachtree Street. Can I get another unit to clear?
1723, I'm holding on paperwork. I'm en route to 915.
603, I copy 1723, showing you en route. For 915 West Peachtree Street, caller advised there are 4 black males breaking into vehicles in the parking deck.
Hey, Johnson, the light's green for Ted Turner.
Re-advise that?
They were only able to provide 78 of 2 of them. We have a black male with a black ski mask, gray hoodie, another black male with a black ski mask wearing a red hoodie. They were last seen on the 3rd floor. Radio Raven 1102.
Raven 103, do we need a gate code?
Too bad.
Negative, no gate code needed. 1102, yeah, dispute 115,
1727 radio. Can you give me the case number for the 54?
Go ahead.
Medic 5 radio.
5, go ahead. Sorry about that. Her 6-year-old daughter is location. She hasn't been home since Thanksgiving. It's a black female with tattoos. No further set was provided. I'm doing a call back to speak on the scene.
Radio show Medic 5 en route to Emory Midtown, beginning mileage 083083 with 1 patient. Medic 5.
Dave, I am.
Sergeant Will, Deputy F.
Man 5, I copy en route to Emory Midtown, 1 patient, beginning mileage 083 at midnight, 10 hours.
1511.
Just advising that I'm waiting to get out of the parking deck. Traffic is at a standstill.
1511, I copy.
Scott, you on?
1501 radio, does the caller still have eyes on the perch?
1472 radio.
1603, last word that cat is going to be 0015-0015.
Radio. Medic 5 the radio. You have a patient contact, huh?
Deputy Scott, you on?
I copy.
1501.
Clear to Fulton County, ending mileage 195833. 1604 radio.
Go ahead, 5.
703 saying on to radio relief 0010.
Copy, 26 in Fulton County, and a mileage 195833.
Man 5, stand by.
1727, can you give me the case number for the 54?
For that 15, you can change it to a 39. Also, the caller came back and stated that they were able to get in contact with the mother.
Stand by, I'll do a call back, see if they still have eyes on them.
Person is able to get in contact with the mother.
Rating all units for 12 on 72 check. That's a 54 door
1604 radio.
1604, go ahead.
Oh, okay. 23 traffic, another 72 stop when you're ready.
1410.
1410, go ahead.
Copy 23 traffic, go ahead.
1411.
1102. Radio rating 1201. Everything okay? 1760 Northside. I copy. That case number is 331,000. 000.
Juga.
Realize you're coming in choppy.
Boulevard and Auburn Ave. It's going to be on a black Land Rover. It's going to be Georgia tag Sam Adam Uncle 1322. Occupy 1 time.
Bill, on traffic stop, you use Arthur Langford at Greenbrier. Georgia tag of Charles Paul Frank 4904. It's going to be a Lincoln Navigator 1 time.
So the mother is on scene. She'll be standing by in a gray Chevy Malibu. She just needs your assistance to help get her daughter from that location.
1201, can you hear me?
I can now.
Copy Boulevard and Honor on a black Land Rover Sam Adams, uniform 1322.
Connect.
501 traffic.
I copy.
I copy. Now your radio's coming in loud and clear. Receive.
I copy. Officer Lankford and Greenbrier.
1796 radio.
Safe Harbor Interior Unit 16G out. Safe Harbor Interior Unit 16G out.
Arthur Lankford and Greenbrier. It's going to be Charles Paul Frank 4904 on the Lincoln Navigator.
1796, go ahead. Everything 1205, 1206, 7 Longer Drive.
Ever communication submitted file. Your patient contact time was at 23.
96, what units you have out on calls?
Affirmative.
What do you do?
Everything 12, still out.
1401 radio.
1703, 1704, 1705, and 1727.
1401, go ahead.
Receive. Have all available units 59 at the crossover for the walkthrough.
And still out on Roscoe Drive.
It's gonna be 12 and 8. Hey, radio, on that 81, did you already have Hero en route?
I mean, all available units on 9 to West Road for the walkthrough. All available units 9 to West Road for the walk. 9 to West Road. 1212, I northbound Beaufort Highway.
Radio.
Copy. That's a negative. I was just about to contact Hero and see if they could respond. Give me 1 second. Radio region 1501, 1503. The caller advised they no longer have eyes.
I copy. You can go ahead and show me en route. I'll be en route to the call.
On the subject, they advised that 1 ran off, but the other 3 are still outstanding. Previous.
1201 radio check.
1201, you're coming in loud and clear. Everything okay? 1760? Revise?
You can pull this in 12 verbal.
12 verbal.
Right, radio 26. Radio, do you see the person on camera?
And raising 1612 for zone 2. You are at 2320 Treasure Bridge.
Negative. I don't actually have visual.
6.
86.
Call 838.
And radio raising 1204. I'm showing you out at Fulton County Jail.
Wait,
Copy.
1304. Just doing spoke with the rest of everything's fine. I should have called club and give me a call.
No larceny.
Copy.
Go ahead. I have a B sector unit available 1412. That's the only person I have available.
Full tank, 12 and 8. Goes up and down. Drone is on eastbound on 56. No 70 little vehicle. You can show me coming up 26 on 29 MRB.
That's fine. Can you send her out there to help if they're in the middle lane?
Happy 12 and 8 on Simmons to do.
Communication 1705.
Where we are?
He's still down there on the ground. It's going to be Concourse C Charlie, train level, advising.
Copy goes well.
The D side, close to the David Concourse side.
Security raising Atlanta 84. 84, copy a call at 830 Cruz Street Southwest. 830 Cruz Street Southwest, apartment 411, 411, code 1, back pain.
Well, okay, copy. I walk down the beat. I'll go down the beat.
1310, copy the auto accident with injuries 75 northbound in Cleveland Avenue.
Copy.
The caller is not on scene, but I've actually have to pass Hateville and go back around in order to see the accident. It's a black Dodge Charger versus a red Chevy.
And go ahead.
612 Maytag with the manager said the alarm was set properly.
612, you said made contact with manager. Alarm wasn't set properly.
Copy.
Copy.
Are you raising supervisor?
94 that.
1194, request for supervisor at that accident, I-85 northbound and Buford Highway connector, I-85 northbound and Buford Highway connector. Callers requesting a supervisor. They advise the officer on scene is not being fair.
1294, what unit is out there?
Unit 1212.
94, I copy.
1294, copy.
Copy on Julie 30.
Right.
1703, go ahead.
Let me get the number for the call.
Case number is 330-8098-8098.
1201, go ahead.
Can you please do a call back? I have a call set up.
I gotta set up it.
72 stop 1888 Peachtree Road on a white Jeep Renegade, Georgia tag Tom Edward Tom 6809. Occupy one time.
Ryan at 75 northbound and Porsche Avenue. I-75 northbound and Porsche Avenue.
Road, white.
Give me a dark blue Mazda in the right shoulder before the exit.
205 on the color Nissan Road. We have 7760. We talk on stop with us. Put my call back from Water.
Yeah, man, I can see him telephone 5. I can't see shit.
Highway driver, 42, I didn't know. 1607 radio. Go ahead. Big one. Says 12, and can you show me on another 89, 1461 Moreland Avenue, Southeast?
81.
1461 Moreland Avenue, Southeast.
Alarm, the zone hit just says burglary alarm. No further.
Oh, clear 81.
4 radio.
Go ahead.
5036 X-ray is on 2. Say clear.
5036 X-ray, affirm.
Code 8 from my 8. Hello, alrighty.
Copy of code 8.
I have nothing. Radio Raisin Fulton 417-417. Copy a call at 3640 West Potomac Drive. 3640 West Potomac Drive. It's going to be a code 1 breathing.
1210.
109.
09.
Okay. 838.
Clear.
Start for a recovered vehicle. Fountainhead Lane Northeast and Parkland Drive Northeast. Fountainhead Lane and Parkland Drive both northeast.
7946 X the radio. 1211. Whole paperwork. That's on my feet out there.
7946 X-ray, guys.
300 City Line Avenue Northeast. 300 City Line Avenue Northeast.
Good morning. Hold me on the 88, 186 Auburn Avenue at the Royal Peacock until 04.
1211 revise.
Caller advises loud music coming from apartment 130. Caller does not want to speak to PD.
Holding paperwork. Put it in 17. That's on my feet out there.
Good morning. Copy your extra job. 186 Auburn 204.
I copied. 17 with your paperwork on 741 Morosco. 1210 code 4. 1210 code 4.
Another shit all the way, it goes on this side.
Go ahead. I'm unit on the scene.
1102 to radio.
Go ahead. What's the radio? Thank you.
Can you do a call back, please? I'm not seeing the call out here.
No. I copy. Showing you in the area. Stand by. 5096. Radio is in the Sinclair. Start for an armed dispute at 1959 Lakewood Avenue Southeast. That's 1959 Lakewood Avenue Southeast. An armed dispute.
Radio.
1511 on seat. Whoever one of his friends starts to shoot him and locked him out of the car with his phone in the car.
1406.
Pretty reason, Atlanta 107107.
It'll be a black Kia Rio.
1512 with you.
1512.
Medic 5 radio.
6 hour, 507. Just really at the Lottery at the Chevron. 1102, the caller was just down the street waiting for you. She's about to pull up in front of the home.
1512 with you. Can you sign off 3508 for me, please?
1406.
Copy.
2, I copy. Thank you.
Caller arrives homeless resident customers. Roof is going to leave the location. Big call back. Caller waiting to meet with officer. Copy.
Medic 5 radio.
Yes, I go ahead.
Pretty reason, 1.
9637.
Thank you.
Radio Racing 1717. 304 Francis.
Radio, you can show Medic 5 out at Emory Midtown. Any mileage is 094. Medic 5.
Copy, nothing.
I copy 094 at midnight, 24 hours.
1507 radio.
1507.
Radio 2, Officer Jackson, 1717.
1507, I'm clear of the Fulton County Jail.